Long shot, watch it front, Salak looking for the goal. Yuri Pastuka ties it! 2-2 as Yuri Pastuka. The giveaway, Florida has it. Melanson standing outside Erickson. He's pumping the crowd up. Listen to this. It's getting ready to go down. They have it back behind the net. On the attack here, inside the line, Lathan. Four shot, hit wide, and rebound. He couldn't get the far play. What a save made there. LaBelle powers his way up the left wing. Top of the near side circle, fires one. They score! Rolling Kramer across. The shot in front, he scores! Roman Kramer wins the game in overtime. 4-3 the final. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome live inside the Florence Center. Twin City Thunderbirds hockey. Kendall Grayson with you as always for this massive matchup on this Saturday night. The team that is now directly ahead of the Thunderbirds in the Continental Division standings, the Pee Dee IceCats. We do it once again. It was a 5-2 loss here behind enemy lines last night to start this all-important three-game weekend for the Thunderbirds. And last night, Roman Kramer scored each of the Thunderbirds' goals in the matchup. Even strength scoring play at 10:20 of the first period, and a power play goal at 15:40 of period number 3. But the IceCats on the board 5 times, including an empty netter that sealed the 5-2 decision at the end of the night. We thank you for tuning in. The puck drops this evening at 7:15. We'll be right back here again tomorrow afternoon for a 3:15 start. 3 o'clock will be the time of the pregame show. We'll get a 7:15 puck drop on the way this evening between these two teams. Very physical matchup last night. I think we will see every bit of that again tonight, if not more. As we'll have a look at what last night's loss did in the standings for the Thunderbirds. Of course, it dropped them one place back to 5th. As the IceCats jumped ahead of them with now 45 points. But a regulation win tonight would put the Thunderbirds right back in front to go to 4th place. We also had a change at the top last night as the Athens Rock Lobsters reclaimed first place in the Continental Division standings. Monroe held it for several weeks after Athens led for most of the first part of the season. It changed hands. Monroe's been at the top. Those two teams play each other again tonight. And on the other side, the Binghamton Black Bears, who have now clinched a playoff spot. They're the first team in the FPHL to do that this season. 98 points as they lead the way on the other side. We'll take a look at the leaders in this matchup tonight between these two teams. Gus Ford with 54 points. Zach White will not be in the lineup tonight, of course, with 43. And then it's Josh LaBelle with 36. Forrest Babbitt looking to improve on his .914 save percentage. He was very good last night, but a lot of shot volume that the Thunderbirds will want to control certainly this evening. On the other side, Alexander Levkov leads the way with 56 points, and it's Patrick Marcinkiewicz with 48 and Dominic Marcinkiewicz with 47 right behind him. Well, the transaction went through yesterday. We see an addition to the lineup, and he'll wear a new number. He was in 39 last time he was here a few weeks ago, and now Caleb Melanson will return. He will wear number 15 in tonight's game as Igor Ramanow switched from 23 to 39 permanently. And so that's what we have ahead of us. We'll check in on the out-of-town scoreboard report as we always do, with the matchups around the league tonight. Binghamton on the road against Port Huron. Indiana on the road to play Danbury. Columbus will host Baton Rouge. Monroe will play Athens for that battle at the top of the division. And then Blue Ridge playing host to Watertown. We thank you, as we always do, for tuning in tonight. Should be another good showdown between these two teams. We'll step aside for a break in the pregame show. We'll hear from head coach Steve Harrison with the weekend preview, and then we will return. And we'll have hockey tonight with a 7:15 puck drop here behind enemy lines for the Thunderbirds as they look for another victory in the season standings, as they dropped to 6-3 in the head-to-head contest through the first 9 games, but a very good record against this team, and will try to win for the 16th time overall this season. All right, we'll be right back here in the pregame show. Thanks for tuning in. Again, the puck drops this evening at 7:15.
Gwin Services has been serving North Carolina for over 50 years, ensuring the safety and comfort of our customers' homes. We take pride in bringing together the best electricians, plumbers, and heating and cooling technicians to bring convenience and unbeatable value to our customers. Life can be hectic. What better way to simplify than to have one company you trust to take care of all of your home's repair needs? Since 1972, integrity and customer satisfaction have been at the heart of everything we do. We are proud to have built a name our neighbors trust, one that provides peace of mind and a service that can be relied on, today, tomorrow, and for years to come. Thank you for trusting Gwin Services with your home. We are proud to stand behind the work we do every single day to serve our friends and neighbors here in North Carolina. We are Gwin Services. One call does it all.
Finish strong. Start here. Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist.
When you compete at your best, you need a team that keeps you moving. At Yadkin Physical Therapy, we're proud to be the official physical therapy provider of the Twin City Thunderbirds. From the first evaluation to hands-on treatment, we focus on what matters, reducing pain, restoring mobility, and building confidence. Because performance isn't just about recovering, it's about training smarter, strength, stability, balance, and control. Our therapists tailor every plan to each individual so you can return to the ice, the gym, or the job feeling stronger. The same level of care we provide the Thunderbirds is here for our whole community. Students, weekend warriors, and families helping you stay healthy and perform at your best. Yadkin Physical Therapy in Yadkinville. Call 336-677-1800 or email ypt@yadkinphysicaltherapy.com. Kendall Grayson here with head coach Steve Harrison for our weekend preview against the Pee Dee IceCats. Coach, when you line these games up, every game you've got the opportunity to go out and get 3 points, but because of where these two teams are here in the standings, I know these feel like some big games here this weekend.
Yeah, we're trying to take the approach of just we've had some success against them, but they got a great team, and they give teams a hard chance to beat them because of the way they run and gun and things like that. So, but we're trying to take it one game at a time, and do our business on Friday, and then we'll worry about Saturday. But I agree with you. I mean, as you say, it's hard not to look in the standings, and it's hard not to do that. But we're going to take Friday night and take care of business. And we've talked about it all week of what we got to do to be successful. And so far we've been pretty good against them, as I said. But they're so explosive that we can't take a second off, and that'll be the key. We got to play a solid 60 minutes of our type of hockey, and that'll give us ourselves a chance to get some points there and be successful.
And when you think back to the games against them this season where you have had the success, what has gone right in those games? What have you been able to kind of, what will you be able to draw back on, knowing that you've had success against them in the past?
Well, we've taken their strengths away. They're a great offensive team, and we haven't turned pucks over. We've played very well defensively. And when I say that, we're not just sitting back, but we're not turning pucks over at the blue line. On our power play when we have it, we move it quickly because they're going to try and come at us hard, and then the vice versa. When they got the power play, stay tight. Don't give them they like to go through the box and do a cup and be very creative. And so we're just trying to take their strengths away. And as I said, if we do that, we're going to be in good shape. And that's all we have to. That's all we can accomplish. And hopefully at the end, we score some goals and give ourselves to go into a third period each game, but Friday night first, and give ourselves a chance.
Yeah. Thanks, Coach. Good luck this weekend.
Thanks very much.
When it comes to performance, speed matters, just like on the ice. Introducing same-day dental crowns right here at Twin Oaks Dentistry. With cutting-edge technology, we craft crowns on site, eliminating the need for temporary. As proud sponsors of the Thunderbirds, we understand the need for top-notch performance. We're more than just dental care. We're your partners in achieving your best smile.
And welcome back live inside the Florence Center. Kendall Grayson with you as always. Twin City Thunderbirds hockey looking to bounce back from last night's loss by a final score of 5-2 here in this facility and start a new winning streak. They had a 3-game winning streak snapped last night. They had defeated Pee Dee 4 games in a row, and now they look to build a new one this evening. We hope you enjoyed the conversation there with head coach Steve Harrison, our weekend preview ahead of this matchup tonight. The two teams are nearly ready to go. The entrance has been made by the IceCats, the Thunderbirds standing along the blue line. And as we always do, we'll pause and honor America with the singing of the national anthem tonight with a live performance presented as always on the broadcast by American Elevator Company.
Thank you. Fans, please remain standing. Gentlemen, remove your hats as we honor America with our national anthem being performed tonight by him, Stanley McCain.
And with that, we are nearly ready for the beginning of the Pine Tree Tavern first period. They will continue on with the pregame festivities here with a ceremonial puck drop. We saw one of these last night. Of course, John Butita, the captain, will go out and represent the Thunderbirds. And so we'll have that, and then the beginning of the Pine Tree Tavern first period here on this Saturday night.
Accepting the donation is part of the director of Network Access Expansion Network, and our content features are Thank you.
All right, everyone, we thank you for tuning in. Thank you for making Twin City Thunderbirds hockey part of your weekend. They are going to do, I think, another ceremonial puck drop here, so this delays the proceedings just a bit, but we're still at 7:14, puck drop scheduled for 7:15, so in good shape in terms of starting the game on time. The Geico of Winston-Salem starting lineup tonight for the Thunderbirds. Boris Babick is in net. But the starting lineup, Yuri Pastuka out there with Matt Garcia, Corey Cunningham, Jan Salak, and James Farmer. All right, thanks for joining us. Thanks for tuning in tonight. It's a big matchup here on this Saturday night, and it is underway. Sit back and enjoy it. And again, thanks for making the Thunderbirds part of your weekend. They attack from left to right if you're watching on the video side of things on YouTube or Facebook. You're tuning in on WTOB, also a left to right motion on your radio dial this evening. And now plays right below me in the near side. I call the game from this very corner here, high above, so I see the game from my near side vantage point all the way down the rink. And we'll bring it to you tonight. Thunderbirds go to the attack early with Farmer looking for it. Then it was taken aside and moved out to the red line. Just out of the reach of Jan Salak. Goes the other way and controlled here by Jordan Popoff. Popoff will look to play it out in the head for Pee Dee. Intercepted though. Here we go. Kramer in on goal the first shot. And it got behind Rutherford, but it rang loudly off the boards. Once again, it's Parker Rutherford who won the game last night in goal for the IceCats. He's back, and Boris Babick also back for the Thunderbirds. Gus Ford looking to steal it here. Rips it up top. Long shot in on goal. Rebound. Butita forced it wide off the backhand. John Butita evaded the check there as he was in search of his 7th goal of the season. Out to center. And maybe Gus Ford looking for it here over the blue line. Held up a bit and then just out of his reach. They'll find it though with Roman Kramer on the attack. They'll spin it high in his own LaBelle. Near side. The shot was blocked in front of the goal. And that was from Connor Craig. Goes off the top of the glass, stays in play here. Nick Gullo plays it across. And we continue on with 18:27 left to go in the opening frame. The Pine Tree Tavern first period. Out towards center. This was out of the reach of Ford that time. And we'll see the Thunderbirds can possess it once more. But it's Della Savita holding on to it. Dominic Della Savita threw it up to the far side. And from the side of the circle, they'll work from there. It's Timur Razilov. Razilov, he moves it out to Patrick's Marcinkiewicz. Steps onside. Dominic's out there as well. Got knocked down. Jacob Schnapp to it. Here comes Schnapp onside. Tried to feed the pass to Nate Keeley, and he missed him. And so this is going to go back the other way as Houston Wilson has it. Wilson looks to play it out over the blue line. They'll stop from there. Then forward it goes to Dominic's Marcinkiewicz, and he couldn't shoot it. And then he went down, and the fans wanted the call. They're not going to get one. Out to center. And it's fired ahead. And we'll see if the Thunderbirds can track it down once more. Nearly 3 minutes gone by in the Pine Tree Tavern first period. We are scoreless. Chance onside, Marcinkiewicz, and shut down by the glove hand of Boris Babick. That was from Dominic's Marcinkiewicz that time. And that'll even up the shots at 1-1. So we'll have a defensive zone face-off here on the way for the Thunderbirds. Shots are 1-1, no score yet. Twin City looking to bounce back from last night's loss. They were on a 3-game winning streak, tried to push it to 4, but it was ended here last night. And at the end of the game, the IceCats with a 3-goal win and 3 points in the standings, and those were critical. We'll see if Twin City can do the same tonight and jump right back in front of them. Finally, we have the face-off. It's down. And Corey Cunningham will look for it across the rink. But it's back in behind the goal of Babick. He looks on over the left shoulder as they'll play from there. High inside the zone. Good check there from Connor Craig trying to make a play, and he separated the player from the puck. Abdella played it across the rink. They'll try the far side here on the attack, and they'll drop it back and no play on it. Thunderbirds there first as Alex Levkov jumped over the blue line. Turn over to Pastuca. Couldn't fire, though. Had it stripped by Danny Zychek. Now it's Vadim Frolov. His turn to play it. Top of the far side circle onside. Drives one, and Boris Pavic with a nice save. And so early on here, a couple of saves from each netminder. That was Pavic's second of the game. 1 for 1 for Rutherford. Far side circle face-off here. And we'll see if the Thunderbirds can win it. This will be Gus Ford to settle in. And linesman taking a while to get the game started back. We've seen that here a couple of times in the opening few minutes, and that's a sign we might be here a while tonight. Face-off is finally won, though, by the IceCats, and they go to work. 5-on-5 hockey here early on in the Pine Tree Tavern first period. Here comes Butita onside with Garcia. In front they go. They'll shoot one, and a save made by Rutherford. Nice chance from Roman Kramer. And Kramer was looking for his third of the weekend and 15th of the season. So they'll reset and do it again. This time a face-off right below my towering broadcast location, way up high in the corner of this facility. And they'll look to win it. They do. Kramer, he's got some space. Fires one, blocked in front, though. And off the deflection, they'll try to find it by way of Gus Ford. Goes to Marcin Kevix. Dominance. Across they go. They'll look to shoot. Good back check. And nice play there from Kramer to break up the play. He fired down the rink, and it did not make the icing line. Heavy hit there from Gus Ford. Back the other way. They'll snap it along to Houston Wilson. James Farmer goes back to grab it for the good guys, though. Back in behind the net here. 15:50 left to play. And period number 1. Collected the opposite blue line by Timur Razilov. Slides it across. And they look to go out towards center. With Charlie Bedard onside. Marcin Kevix. And a glove save made by Babic. And now some trouble brewing, maybe after the whistle, as the Thunderbirds stick up for their goaltender, clear everyone out of there. And Babic 3 for 3 tonight. 15:36 left to go in the Pine Tree Tavern first period. We're just underway here on the road for the Thunderbirds this weekend. We thank you for tuning in on YouTube, Facebook, and WTOB Radio. We'll be back here again tomorrow. It's a busy part of the season. Coming up next month, there'll be 12 games played by the Thunderbirds in the month of March. Only 2 home games here this month. And they'll be in a couple of weeks. Here we go. Keeley onside, and they'll take it away from him at the very last second with Frolov. On to Danny Zychek, near side circle. Doesn't shoot, though, as he tries to curl away from the pressure of Cade Hanley. Back across the rink. Still in the opening 5 minutes of tonight's game. IceCats go near side of the pass. No shot. There it is. One-timer that goes wide of the goal. And they try to bank it in off the back of Babic, who was sliding. Thunderbirds find it. They'll move it down the rink, and this should take us to a media timeout as they are guilty of an icing. And so they don't sound the horn, and there we go. There's the signal. So this is our opening media timeout of tonight's game. We thank everyone for tuning in as we'll step aside and be right back. This is Twin City Thunderbirds hockey.
Being your best is hard. You gotta take care of yourself. You got your husband.
Let's put in a pool. For the kids.
For the kids. Forget the car. How about a motorcycle?
And if you own a business?
We need servers from, like, this century.
Yeah.
At a Legacy Federal Credit Union, we're committed to helping you be your best you. Whether it's with an unbeatable car loan rate, home equity line of credit, or small business help.
Who's the best?
Visit alegacy.org for our best rates.
Maple Chase Golf and Country Club offers the best in recreational amenities in the Triad. Come enjoy a meal at the Pinebrook Bar and Grill, relax by our pool and cabana, and gear up at the Pro Shop while sharpening your skills on our 9,000 square foot putting green, and play around on our 18-hole Ellis Maples Design Championship Golf Course. You can find out more at maplechasecc.com. That's maplechasecc.com.
Welcome back inside the Florence Center. We have 14:56 left to go in the Pine Tree Tavern first period. And during the media timeout here in the building, they made an announcement that I have never heard before. They said that due to ice conditions, each team is going to switch ends of the rink at the next media timeout. And so they'll try to, I guess, save the rink somehow that way. I'm not sure if that makes a ton of difference really, but anyway, they just made that announcement here in the building. And so we'll keep you updated if that indeed happens. But right now we're playing where we started. And the Thunderbirds will look to move it out of the defensive zone, and they do. They'll carry it in from center. Long shot there from Dion Demke. Goes just wide. Big hit from Jacob Schnapp. That rattled the boards around. And Miguel Diaz will look to play out to center for Pee Dee, and he does here. As he moved it ahead, Thunderbirds are able to take control. Good pass from Salak to find Pastuca. Shoots one. Rutherford has it. And so a stoppage with 14:04 left to go in the Pine Tree Tavern first period. That should even up the shots at 3. Offensive zone face-off for the Thunderbirds, but it's one away, but looks like Cunningham will play it here on the near side. Nicely done. Moves it up top to Connor Craig. Fires ahead. Pastuca wrap chance here, but he swatted that by the goal stick of Parker Rutherford. A quick pass. It's held onside nicely there by LaBelle. Found by Cunningham. Went off the skate of the defender, and it works its way right to Jan Salak. Salak finds Cunningham again. Try to return the favor high in the zone. Then Salak played it briefly. Cunningham fighting for it, and it's back behind the net of Rutherford. 13:33 left to go in the first period. We are scoreless. And the shot's on goal, even at 3. Chance here on side for the IceCats. Good pressure getting back for the Thunderbirds. And they'll move it quickly up the rink. They'll carry the puck with Yuri Pastuca. Houston Wilson reacted like he got clipped with a high stick. Keep playing 5-on-5. Marcin Kevics with a long shot. It goes off the glass. There's a check. We'll see if the Thunderbirds can find it here. Out in front, and the IceCats couldn't control and fire it ahead. So we'll see if Twin City can get it here. It's beneath Garcia giving away the lookout one-timer, and it goes wide of the net. And we'll see if the Thunderbirds can get it here. Still with the IceCats, though. And down he goes. This will allow Garcia a chance to play it. And out towards the line, but not out of the zone. Nearly stolen away by Ford. Long shot, deflection. Off the glass it goes. That'll be chopped out towards center, but still not outside of the zone. Open chance. They go in front, and they look for a tip, and they didn't get that one. Heavy hit there from Farmer. We saw him do that a couple of times in last night's game. 12:24 left to go in period 1, as they had a breakdown in front, but Kramer getting back with a stick there, and now the net has been dislodged. And looks like it's Dominic's Marcin Kevics, who's crouched down behind Boris Babic. Outtown scoreboard report. Nothing to report here early on tonight. All games that are underway are just like our game, currently scoreless. Face-off will be outside of the defensive territory for the Thunderbirds. They had their third shot a while ago. I put it on our scoring system online, but that's not shown up in the building. Actually, what they've done is put it on the other side, so they took one away from Pee Dee and gave one to Twin City. So we'll correct that and keep you updated. They made some major changes during the intermissions last night. from the face-off. We're back. Played from the neutral zone by Nick McGill-Diaz. Onside and back for the Thunderbirds. They had room to work it out of the zone as LaBelle played it through center. Jacob Schnapp applies some pressure here. LaBelle, a one-timer stick save made by Rutherford. Schnapp looked to finish his check on Danny Zajac. Out to center, controlled by the IceCats. They go ahead with Zajac, top of the near side circle shot, and it's off the glass. Ball's back down, far side of the building. They throw it in front, looking to make something happen there, and this will go way down the ice. Dion Demke nearly skated up to it in time. It's down behind the goal line, eventually played out by McGill-Diaz. Out to center, here they go, it's Ledkov. Tries to curl around LaBelle, he does, and they fire and score. And that's the opening scoring play of tonight's game as they drop that one in front. And in it goes. There was a delayed penalty, I believe, that was signaled. By the way, I've got my clock at 11:29 here in the building. It says 12:11, so we'll update you on that if it started after the last face-off. Now it's showing 16:35. And so we're still waiting. Now they do have 11:30, so they had it right the first time. They just had to speed up and catch it. So we're back playing again. And it's 1-0 for the home team. We'll see if the Thunderbirds can move it out through center. They have Troy Harwell knocked down. They announce the scoring play to Vadim Frolov. And now announcing the assist as well. Back on side a chance for the IceCats. We'll see if the Thunderbirds can get to it here. Now it's across the rink, and Corey Cunningham skating across, looking to make a play on it. Back behind the net. It's Frolov from Ledkov at 8:32 for the Pine Tree Tavern first period. Cunningham on side here. Tries to go out in front of the goal with it, and it was stripped away. Over the red line it goes as Connor Craig goes down, and this will give us a break with a puck out of play as it went over the glass there. All right, so 4 shots for the Thunderbirds, 3 shots for the IceCats, and it's a 1-goal deficit here behind enemy lines tonight. Face-off outside the defensive territory here for the Thunderbirds. We'll see if they can win this one back with Gus Ford and create some transition hockey up the rink. And LaBelle will get to it. Back it goes to find Connor Craig. And away they go to find Butita, who puts it on side. Near side, good collision there with Roman Kramer involved as Butita looks to steal. Thunderbirds down by a goal here. Della Savito will skate it out of the defensive zone, cross over the center ice red line. And taken aside there by LaBelle. He kicks it out to center ice where it's found by Roman Kramer. Kramer chopped it ahead, and it's right back for the home squad. And they'll look to play on. They do with Patrick Marcinkiewicz. Chance in front, fires one underneath Babic. It went after he made a save, and a penalty has been called. I think it's a hooking sign. And I believe the Thunderbirds will go to the Bobo's Deli and Grill penalty kill here. As the official points, and it's going to be Josh LaBelle. So LaBelle will go to the box as his number 9 will go up on the scoreboard. And it's the first time tonight the Thunderbirds to the Bobo's Deli and Grill penalty kill. Pee Dee scored on the power play last night back in period number 1. Thunderbirds got a 5-on-3 power play goal in the third period. And they'll take the face-off here, move it out to center ice. Try an aggressive play to find Nate Keeley on a pass. And it went down the ice, and it's collected here in the near side corner. It's Lord up the wing. Trevor Lord swung it back behind him to Dominic Marcinkiewicz here on the power play. As the IceCats look to go up by 2. Top of the far side circle, shot. Good save made by Babic. It falls down. We'll see if they can find it from there. Matt Garcia with pressure to the back of him. Out through center. This will eventually be played by the goaltender Rutherford, and the Thunderbirds able to make changes on the penalty kill units. Off the left wing, Lords with it. Holding on to it here on the power play. Backs down behind the goal, swaps sides, and we'll see if Gus Ford can jump in there and steal it. 9:17 left to go in the Pine Tree Tavern first period. They'll move it across the ice. 65 left to play on the penalty kill. Top of the near side circle, no shot. They've got it high in the zone. They'll go across one more time. In front, no, they fake it back up high again. Marcinkiewicz slides it down low in front of Babic, and they'll clear it. Off a deflection along the blue line. So trouble in front of Boris Babic that time, and the Thunderbirds able to locate the puck and zip it out. Now Butita with a rolling puck he'll have to deal with. He'll chop it ahead. And down the rink it goes. 8 minutes, 40 seconds left to play in the first period. And the Thunderbirds down by 1. LaBelle has half a minute remaining on his time in the box. So Twin City nearly has it killed off here on the Bobo's Deli and Grill penalty kill. Is LaBelle at 9:54, a penalty for hooking. A pass that goes to the far side of the building. IceCats holding on to it, top of the circle. Now they'll dish it down low. Back up top, De La Savita. No shot from Ledkov yet. Gives the pass. LaBelle standing, ready to rejoin his teammates. Back behind the goal. Now he steps out of the box. Still onside though. They go in front of the net. De La Savita fires. Babic has it. And that'll send us to a media timeout. And so we'll be right back here on the broadcast. They too announced that some changes are going to be made, so we'll tell you about that when we come back. But again, this is the media timeout, so we'll step aside with a 1-goal deficit for the Thunderbirds, as this is Twin City Thunderbirds hockey.
Finish strong. Start here. Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist.
When you're craving that slow smoke flavor done right here in Winston-Salem, there's only one place to go, Honky Tonk Smokehouse. From tendered pulled pork and fall-off-the-bone ribs to fresh house-made sides, Honky Tonk has it all. Not a meat lover? They've got delicious vegan options too. And when it's time to party, let Honky Tonk Smokehouse handle the catering and event planning. They'll bring the flavor to you. Stop by 145 Jonestown Road and taste why the locals here can't get enough. Honky Tonk Smokehouse. All right, welcome back inside the Florence Center following the media timeout. And as I just said previously, I thought I heard that correctly during the break. The two teams are going to switch ends here. And so Boris Babic will now drift down the ice closest to my broadcast location. And the Thunderbirds all of a sudden will have a defensive zone face-off on a different side of the sheet of ice as they were going to have when we went to break. All right, here we go. Jan Salak ready to take it. 7:59 left to play in the first period. IceCats are out shooting the Thunderbirds at 6-5. And it's played here by Yuri Pastuka. Pastuka slipped and went down, though. And I can tell you the ice conditions are not great. They were not great last night, and they typically aren't in this facility. There's a lot of traffic and events coming in and out, and they take the ice down and have to host events. And I think they had some type of rodeo in here recently. So there's a lot of dirt cleanup going on yesterday when we got here. And so due to the ice conditions is the announcement that we got during the media timeout, the first one. They switch into the building. Now we got a fight brewing. Here we go. It's Melanson and Apollon. It's a heavyweight tilt at center ice. Are you ready for this? Well, you better be. They size each other up, the two number 15s. Melanson ready to go. Right-handed punches. He'll pull back. Now one from Apollon. One the other way. Down goes Melanson. And so the fight night that we thought we might get, that's what it's turning into here in the first period. A tap of the pants there from Melanson to Apollon as Apollon was suspended. Divine Apollon did not play in last night's game. Melanson was added to the roster and did not dress last night. But when those two were going to come back in the lineup tonight, you knew we were going to have some action. And I would be surprised if that's the only action we have. Listen to the building. Apollon is going to go down the runway here. And let's see if they do the same with Melanson. He's in the box for now. But Divine Apollon may have picked up an extra penalty. We have less than 10 minutes to play in the period. It's 7:27. And so potentially an indication there was a 10 there and just a 5 for Melanson. There's no power play though. It's just 5-on-5 hockey. And we'll get back to it. Melanson wore 39 last time he was in the lineup for the Thunderbirds a few weeks ago in that game against Blue Ridge. And as I mentioned previously, Igor Romanel, who is not in the lineup tonight, he's changed to 39 permanently. Pastuca, long drive, and a save made by Rutherford as the Thunderbirds cross onside. So Melanson is wearing 15. And there's a check that popped the glass out of place. And so now the rink staff will have to run over and deal with that. And that was in the far side corner. So we've had all types of fun here in the first period on Valentine's Day. We had a center ice heavyweight tilt with Caleb Melanson and Divine Apollon. Apollon 6'3", 220. Melanson 6'4", 216. And so now we've got they're removing him. The helmet, I think, is going to be announced here. And so we'll get the penalty announcement. And so they will make those. All right, so we are in a bit of a break here. This is not a media timeout, not a timeout of any official type, but the glass was dislodged, and so they're having to make repairs to that. But we had a big tilt at center ice between Caleb Melanson and Divine Apollon. Each of those players have certainly proved that they can throw them when they need to. And we had a big show there at center. We'll see if we get back moving along here soon. I think we will. Looks like the repairs potentially are finished. The glass has a lot of give, and it has some give naturally, but I think the glass in the corner of this facility, we've seen it really rock back and forth whenever a check has been thrown. All right, so it looks like we're ready to go. The scoreboard updates, we have 7:10 to play in this first period. Offensive zone face-off for Gus Ford. And down it goes. And we'll go to the far side corner. We'll see if the Thunderbirds can track it down. It's back behind the net. Now to the far side it goes. We'll see if Framer can locate it out to Farmer. Farmer fires ahead here. By the way, the two teams switching sides. So it was an offensive end face-off there for the Thunderbirds. As we've got all kind of madness going on. Onside a chance, and a tip that just went wide of the goal. Back in behind the net, near side corner. Here's Chance Adrian. Up top, long shot. Save made by Boris Babic. Now it's Farmer. Farmer looks to play it ahead. Back to the red line. And collected and found by Gus Ford. Now it's Kramer. Up top, Farmer. Farmer waiting. Gives it back to Gus Ford in the corner. Up high they go. James Farmer with the Thunderbirds on the attack here. They're down by a goal at 1-0. 6:20 left to go into the opening period. And this one gets fired up and out of play. Well, the penalties have not been scored online yet, so we're waiting for that to happen and we can bring you the additional penalty. But again, Melanson is still in the box and Apollon went down the runway. So I was able to hear the announcement for the removal of the helmet. I think that's probably the extra that got picked up. That's a familiar chant there. Many Thunderbirds fans made the trip here this weekend, and we certainly appreciate them doing that and like to say thank you to each and every one of them who we saw last night, we're hearing and seeing again tonight. And it'll be here tomorrow, too. Busy weekend of hockey, 3 games on the road. Jacob Schnapp grabs it, plays it in what was the Thunderbirds' offensive zone to start the period. Now it's out to center as they play it from the defensive zone. Here Schnapp has a chance. In front he goes, trying to find Demke. Loads up, and he put it back behind the goal. Now it's found by LaBelle. He'll move it around. Long shot from Connor Craig is blocked. Under 6 minutes to play in the Pine Tree Tavern first period. Off the backhand, they'll fire it ahead here. Legkov, and then was dropped onside by Della Savita. It's in the attacking zone of the Pee Dee IceCats, played by Craig, and then Jacob Schnapp. So it's Schnapp in front of the bench. He glides, holds on to it. Long shot, good save made by Rutherford. Now we got something brewing after the whistle. Jacob Schnapp's locked up here. This is down behind the goal line. And Schnapp and his counterpart trying to be pulled away by the linesman. And this is still going on. I wonder if they should just let him get after it here and get it over with. Looks like Jordan Popoff is who Schnapp is locked up with. Now they'll pull apart. And Schnapp being led over to the penalty box. Given a penalty to Jordan Popoff as well. This is really the first time this season I think the Thunderbirds have been involved in this type of a game, and I don't think this is going to be the last of this that we see tonight. I could make the argument that last night's game was possibly the most physical game that the Thunderbirds have played in this season due to the heavy hits that were thrown. We saw plenty of after the whistle activity, saw a couple of fights as well. And so it was one of the more physical games of the season to the point. And now this one looks like it's going to be every bit of that here. All right, so now we're going to play 4-on-4 as they add a penalty each way. And so we'll have some 4-on-4 hockey, and that starts now. Back to the far side here. This is in Twin City's attacking territory. And it's found by the IceCats. So look to move it out. And here they come with it. It's Houston Wilson. Long shot. Good save made by the glove hand of Boris Babic. Shots even up at 7 apiece with now 5:04 officially left to play in the Pine Tree Tavern first period. Defensive zone face-off, Jan Salak, and it's collected here by James Farmer. Farmer has room to work up the wing, but gave it away to Patrick's Marcinkiewicz. He slides a pass to Houston Wilson. He's run into rudely by Farmer a couple of times in the near side corner. Thunderbirds jump in with Yuri Pastuka looking to play it. Now Farmer, and a high in the zone. It goes to Pastuka. Yuri Pastuka with room. Finds Jan Salak onside. Fire, scores! Tie game, Jan Salak! Listen to the Thunderbirds fans. 1-1 here in the Pine Tree Tavern. First period, Jan Salak on the break. Held it back behind him, stepped through it, ripped a shot over Rutherford. 13th of the season for number 16. Great answer there by the Thunderbirds with some space on the ice in the 4-on-4 scenario. Well, now to the Salak. Onside a chance. Babbitt with a nice save. They play on though. Thunderbirds look to find it and try to move it out of the zone with some speed, and they'll find Ford. Ford to the near side, gives a pass to Josh LaBelle. LaBelle will flip it across to find Connor Craig. Craig goes up top, right to Roman Kramer in the neutral zone. Now he steps onside with it. Kramer dumps it down low, and Craig had his head up as he tried to catch the pass. It bobbled on him, and then was found in the neutral zone. Here's LaBelle. LaBelle. And he'll zip it along to Gus Ford. Ford looks to shoot. He does. And a bullet of a shot, but it goes off the glass. He just missed. Tie game at 1. 3:45 to play in the opening period tonight. And that's chopped towards Rutherford. He dealt with it. Back to center it goes, though. Here's Salak. Up to LaBelle. LaBelle to the red line. He'll find Pastuka. Near side Salak. A one-timer, and he nearly scored there. He's got the goal in the first period here for the Thunderbirds to tie the game and make it 1-1, and he was very close to another one. Here comes Schnapp, and Popov out of the box. Shot! Save made by Rutherford. And now we're going to tie up here after the whistle. We'll see if everyone separates. I think they will. And so this is going to allow us to go to our final media timeout of the first period. We are tied at 1 media timeout. This is Twin City Thunderbirds hockey. We'll be right back.
What are you doing, bub?
Just fixing my chair.
You should call Contract Business Solutions.
Good idea. I'll give them a call.
Proudly serving the Piedmont Triad area for over 17 years, Contract Business Solutions partners with leading manufacturers to create innovative, budget-friendly workspaces. From design and layout to delivery and installation, explore our capabilities at cbsworkspaces.com.
Two pillows, endless possibilities. At Cotton & Crate, we make it easy to refresh your home season after season. Our 18x18 and 12x20 pillow sizes pair perfectly with our seasonal collections of interchangeable covers, so you can refresh your style anytime without cluttering up your closet. We're proud to team up with the Twin City Thunderbirds, celebrating hometown spirit and the comfort of home on and off the ice. Thunderbirds fans, enjoy $5 off your order at cottonandcrate.com with the code TBIRDS5OFF. Cotton & Crate, two pillows, endless possibilities.
Offensive zone face-off following the media timeout, the final one of this opening frame. That, with all we've had, is taking a while here. That's all right. We're tied at 1. Thunderbirds allowed the opening goal, and they've since answered with a nice scoring play from Jan Salak. They'll look for another one here in front, but a tie-up on Jacob Schnapp as they couldn't move it over there to him. Now it's back behind the net. We'll see if the Thunderbirds can track this down out towards center. Skating is Keeley. Keeley found it and then flipped it ahead. It's right back the other way. Chance Adrian took a bump from Nate Keeley. Found here by Cade Hanley. Hanley, he'll stick handle. Look to charge his way out to the neutral zone. He'll do that, and it's dropped onside by Jacob Schnapp, who goes off on a line change. Keeley creates a play, though, as he steals it and then couldn't find a pass up to Dion Demke. 2.5 minutes. That's all we have now left to go in period number 1. It's a tie game, 1-1. Twin City Thunderbirds hockey on YouTube, Facebook, and WTOB Radio here on this Saturday night. Thunderbirds are behind enemy lines on the road in Florence, South Carolina. They'll play the Pee Dee IceCats for 3 games this weekend. IceCats have it here. They'll drop it out towards the logo at center. Intercepted by LaBelle. Goes ahead to find Kramer with it. And Roman Kramer will drop it onside. Now they look to steer it out towards the center ice red line. LaBelle, he moves it quickly. Now it's Butita. Across they go. It's picked off, though. Chopped in front. Bounced down a couple of times. Out towards center. IceCats have it. Here they go with it. Onside now. We'll see if Salak can steal it away. And now the home team decides to get their chant going. Thunderbirds, we're doing it first there. That's so great to hear here. Really love the support from the fans here behind enemy lines this weekend. It's meant a lot. In the corner, Levkov dances his way back behind the goal, and Levkov is still with it now. By the way, Pastuca and Farmer each got an assist on the Salak goal at 15-20. Out towards center, and that's where they'll play it here with 68 seconds remaining. In period number one, LaBelle tried to find a pass, and it lands to Cunningham. Cunningham's onside one-on-one. He's taken into the corner. And they center. Salak turns, looks for a good option. Now he spins himself in the corner a couple of times. He does such a good job protecting the puck. We see that every time he's on the ice. Farmer dropped it back behind the goal. He'll try to get back in front. Found by Salak. They try a sneaky play there to the near side post, and then it's moved away. 40 seconds left. In period number one here on this Saturday night. Picked off high in the zone, though. And the IceCats will charge from there. They're onside. Look out. In front they go and they score. So transition hockey leads to a goal in the final half minute of the Pine Tree Tavern first period. They were able to move that one right out in front. Boris Babbitt and Houston Wilson cleans it up. So Wilson puts it in, and it's a one-goal lead for the home team once again. Just 29 seconds away from getting out of the period tied at 1. And now a center ice face-off. So the Thunderbirds answered the first time. We'll see if they can answer here the second time. Down by a goal. As the IceCats will move it out through center. Found here by Troy Harwell. Harwell back behind the net. Moved away by Gullo. Then it's found by Hanley. Out towards Healy. One last chance here onside for the Thunderbirds. 5 seconds left. It's in the corner, though. Taken away by the IceCats, and that will do it for the first. All right, so this leads us to our first intermission break as we make sure everyone steps away all right. Caleb Melanson is led out of the box. And again, this takes us to our opening break, intermission break of the game. We thank you for tuning in tonight. It's been an entertaining one, but unfortunately here after the first period, the Thunderbirds find themselves down by 1. We'll see if they can come back and tie it in the upcoming Flow second period here on the broadcast. Kendall Grayson with you as always. We will step aside for our intermission break. We hope that you enjoy the intermission programming. And then we'll see you for the Flow second period. 2-1 for the IceCats after 1. This is Twin City Thunderbirds hockey.
Welcome back, Thunderbirds fans. This week on Cup of Joe, we have number 7, Matt Garcia. Took us a little while to get going here, but that's usually how it goes with new players that I've never met. But welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
I appreciate you coming on. Sorry for killing about 30 minutes of your time before us getting going here. But I know you probably haven't seen the show a little bit, but this is more designed to like have the fans learn a little bit about you more on a personal level instead of just hockey. So we know that you just got here from Athens.
Yep.
So why don't you talk to us a little bit about how you got into the league, and then how you got here, what your experience has been like, and what have you liked about everything so far? And what have you hated?
Oh, all right. Well, maybe we'll get into that. I'm totally kidding. I haven't hated a single moment of it. Actually, I'm sure I'm one of the rare PHL players that can say that. I've only been in the league for about a year and a half. So right out of college, Steve Martinson reached out, or I reached out to him, and he was starting a team in Athens. And right there was the first. I pretty much said, "Yeah, let's do it right away," not knowing what the PHL was or what the jungle was like. And,
quickly learned.
Yeah,
Huh?
Justin Portillo was teaching you how to fight practice number 1, and that was a scary man to learn from. He kind of just threw his gloves up. He's like, "We're going." I was like, "Yeah, well, that's a scary man to give all the love for. It's a great guy." So he taught me pretty quick. Yeah, first kid signed with the team. Got down there, and I thought they were like messing with me because the first event we had, there was me and another player, Kason Gallant, and that was it. That was our first team meeting, and I was like, someone's messing with me. This league doesn't exist. This team doesn't exist. Picked up from there, and then fans were great. Loved my time there. The fan experiences I've had here so far have been great. Team's been great. Excited to be here.
Did you start the year with Athens first year, or did you come in the middle of the year?
No, I started with them.
Okay.
Yeah, as soon as our first, we were on the road for probably about 2-3 months before we had our first home game, and we were practicing about an hour and a half away from the rink for the first 3 months, and that was a battle to begin with, but builds character.
Sure, we'll go with that. No, I mean, I've had a similar experience, kind of that COVID year where we just practiced here and then we had to travel for all of our games every week. That was kind of wild, but
COVID year decided one year I decided I was going to finally grow my hair out.
Oh yeah,
and like mine and your COVID year sound a little different.
Yeah, very different. That was such a time ago. But you said you were at college before. Where were you at?
I was at Illinois State University.
Okay.
Bloomington, Illinois. I haven't left Illinois besides to go play in Georgia, and here now in Winston-Salem.
Okay, so you go back every summer.
I do.
Don't worry, it'll be a matter of time before this black hole sucks you in, just like everybody else.
That's what they say. It's a hard town to leave.
Well, what have you enjoyed about the town so far?
Haven't really. I've had a lot of nice people at the gym, kind of like tell me some food suggestions. Haven't really seen the town because we left as soon as I got into town. I was snowed in Athens for an extra couple days, and when I got here, we flew to Bingo right away, and then we played in Binghamton, and now this is pretty much my first week of kind of being able to check out the town, all moved in and stuff.
Okay.
I would say my favorite restaurant I've been to so far was this like Elizabeth's Pizza.
Okay, yeah.
I think was the name of it. It's right by the rink here.
Oh, so the one right over here.
Yeah, I'm a big pasta guy, so I was.
Wait till you go to Little Italy tomorrow.
Little Italy.
This will be played on Friday, but yeah, we got the Valentine's Day.
The dates, the date auctions.
Yeah. That'll be a fun first team thing that you got going on.
That'll be the first team event.
And don't worry, the fans do a lot of research about us, so they're gonna probably hit you with facts that you probably didn't even remember.
Sometimes I can't even remember what I had for breakfast, so that might work out great.
So obviously, I've never been traded in the middle of the year, but what's that transition like from going from one team to another and like the different guys and all that, getting used to all that stuff?
Yeah, it's
especially going right onto the road, right to the hotel.
Right to what they're considered first place team in the league, right? And so it was definitely a test. Especially one of the first things I did when I got traded was look at the schedule. I'm like, oh well, great, I gotta go up to New York, be cold, and play Binghamton, which is always, I love playing Binghamton. Pest of the game, like half the time I've been there. I've been testing the game for half of it, and I love it. I think I'm getting a double bird from the fans. Great environment to play, and I love it. So,
do you pay attention a lot to the?
Sometimes when I'm skating off the ice, the fans that are right there will give me some kind of like charm. If they're good, I'll sit there and laugh, or I'll smile at them. I'm more like smiling at the players or blowing kisses to the test of the game kiss cam. Love just kind of like little things like that if I notice them. But yeah, traded in the middle of the year. Look, the schedule. Obviously, I was there for a year and a half. Like my roommate, Carter Shinkarik, we've been roommates pretty much the entire time. Case and Gallant was like, we were Joey Colatarsi. We all, it was kind of like emotional for a few of us, kind of like been together, like I spent summers with Case and too. So it was a little emotional, but, after all that, it's exciting, right? Like you get to go to a new team, you get to see a new environment, new coach, new playing systems. So now that I've settled in, I enjoy it.
What are you looking forward to most moving forward for the rest of the year?
Definitely playing Athens. That's for sure. Playing Athens and go to playoffs. I know we got a push to make, and you've got one of the guys that don't like the IceCats very much, and I hope to beat them every single time I play them still.
So besides hockey, what else do you like to do away from the rink?
Are we talking athletically, or are we talking like
talking anything? Whatever you like to do.
Love to go to the gym. You like to go to the gym.
Big gym guy, huh?
Yeah, big gym guy. Sometimes it's not just hockey workouts. Got to kind of work on the arms.
You can't catch me in a gym voluntarily.
No,
I don't think I've ever stepped foot in a gym voluntarily.
You got to do like some like pre-workout.
More like a yoga and running type person, not a weightlifting guy.
Okay.
So
I can't say I'm a huge fan of the yoga, but we're getting there. Especially with the team giving me some yoga classes here. I would say that's the first yoga class I've ever been to.
Really?
Yeah. Oh man, sometimes we're like game days. I'm pretty loose and limber. They're like, but any other day, like if you told me now to do a split, I maybe it'd be like a wide stance for you.
Yeah, no, thank you. I can't. I'm not that flexible, even though I try to go as much as possible.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah,
no. Terrible flexibility. It's a good thing Boris can do all the flexibility. It's not me.
Yeah, as long as he's good, that's all we need.
All right. I like to cook. Love to cook. Big pasta guy. I love to try to just make different sauces.
What's your favorite thing that you make?
Oh, vodka sauce. I make a pretty good vodka sauce pasta.
Okay.
Vodka sauce. I tried to learn how to make gnocchi. That ended in me almost burning down my kitchen at one point, but we're learning. And
how the hell did you do that?
I tend to do some like like some bonehead things. Like for example, this kind of feeds into it. In college, I went to go cook mac and cheese in the oven, the microwave, and I totally forgot to put water in it. And in college, I was living as a freshman. They make you live in this place. Like you got like 3 towers to live in, and the tower I was in was the tallest point between Chicago and St. Louis, and I was on like the 25th out of 28 floors or something like that. It's probably wrong. But yeah, almost just burned down the entire half of that. Kind of realized it halfway through when I started like smelling some smoke in the shower because the microwave was right by the shower, and ran out, took mac and cheese and dumped it in the toilet, and I was a firefighter that day.
I was gonna say, I hope you're a little bit more careful in the house.
Yeah,
we don't need to lose half the house.
Yeah, with the gnocchi one, it was the same thing. I like didn't have enough water in it, and yeah, I can't tell you exactly how I did it, but there was like a little flame, and I was like, not again. I'm good now. I'm actually a really good cook, I promise.
So besides cooking in the gym, what else you got?
Like golf. I know Lake Ford. I said he was a big golfer.
Yeah, he's really good. I don't even bother trying to play. I'm terrible at golf.
Play a lot of whack.
I'm just there to hang out, drink a couple
we
beers.
Can bleep that one, right?
No.
Oh, just kind of. Okay.
Yeah, just let it go. It's okay.
Well, what do you do for fun?
Me, I don't do too much. I'm not a fun guy.
Oh no.
No.
All right. Well, besides golf, I get this from a lot of girls that they like to read. My buddies home like to read. I wanted to start reading, but I have no idea where to start. Do I start with like Clifford the Big Red Dog, or?
I think you could probably move a little past that. I think you're
Hungry Caterpillar,
something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Something like start at a first grade level and then work your way
pictures.
up. Yeah. No, just pick up a book.
Yeah.
Just start from there. Like what do you? I'm trying to think. There was a time where I started buying a bunch of books in the winter, and I started reading a few, and then I kind of just slowly died out once I started traveling to Europe.
I feel like when you travel, it's when you like read, like on the planes and stuff.
No, I just watch a bunch of movies, to be honest.
What's your favorite type of movie?
I've been watching a lot of rom-coms lately. It's
really?
Oh yeah.
Oh man. Last one I saw was that Anyone But You.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen that one. The one with Sydney Sweeney and Glenn Powell.
Yeah, saw that one.
I just watched. I'm trying to think what was on the plane. I watched The Fall Guy. The person next to me must have been like, this guy must love Ryan Gosling, because it was The Fall Guy and then The Notebook, and then I forgot what the third movie was because it was a 9-hour flight.
Okay.
So I was just like, all right.
I've never. This one catches people. I've never seen The Notebook. Yeah, everyone's head just turned in here. I can see that. That's usually the reaction I get. I've never seen The Notebook.
Well,
I've never seen Star Wars.
Okay, I also forgot.
Yeah, here you go. Yep.
I also forgot that like you're extremely young. You're in 01.
Yeah.
Okay, so The Notebook came out in 2004.
I was 3.
Yeah, so that's probably why you haven't seen that one. But no, I would suggest watching that one. That's a pretty good one.
Okay.
Another Ryan Gosling one, La La Land, was interesting.
You like Ryan Gosling, huh?
No, oddly enough, I don't think that I did until I realized I started watching a bunch of his movies in a row, and I was like, okay, I'm a fan.
Got like posters in your room or anything? Or?
No, it's just all white walls, and I don't really decorate too
Really?
much. I try to hang up like a couple of things that I had, and it fell. So I messed up big time. I went to buy like these strips to stick them on the wall.
The command strips?
Yeah, except I didn't realize I bought like outdoor patio permanent ones, and then I didn't stick it on the wall properly, and whatever fell off and just like ripped off the paint and part of the drywall, and I was like, all right, I'm done with this stuff. I can't do it.
So it's just white, insane asylum walls?
Yeah, pretty much. But I'm okay. So like I said, I was boring and I don't do much. I don't really spend too much time in my apartment. Like I'm either like, I've been running a lot. I go to yoga like 2 or 3 times a week now. So like I'm outside. I like to be outside. This snow and ice weather has kind of killed it the last couple of weeks here, which was very abnormal because I've been here since 2018.
Yeah.
And that was actually the last time that it snowed a lot. But the city does not know how to remove snow and ice well. So like I was running around downtown half the time and almost getting hit by cars because
sliding.
Oh
man.
I slid down like a hill a little bit, but it was kind of good because I was like, it kind of felt like I was skiing a little bit. Never been skiing though in my life, but it was a fun little hill. But it was bad that I slid out into the road where a car almost hit me.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I'm from Chicago, so it was like kind of just driving in normal. But I came to the South to be warm. But like even in Georgia last year, like, oh, this is the most snow we've gotten in 4 years. I'm like, oh, cool. It's when I get here. And then I was here, and they're like, oh, this is the most snow we've had in a long time. Like, oh, maybe it's just me.
No, well, today it's supposed to be like 60 degrees. So
I saw that.
No, it's gonna be nice. And then like the Salem Lake's nice going around the well, now with all the snow melting. So. But Salem Lake's a nice spot. I do like to try to get out to movies now a bit. I saw a couple. There's one time when I went back to back. The last good one that I saw was like Eternity with was it
Ryan Gosling?
No, it's Elizabeth Olsen and I forgot what's his name. Miles Teller. Yes, thank you from the audience. I love that. That was a good one. I don't know what I'm gonna go try to watch this week. I try to go at least like every 2 weeks.
I can't remember. The last movie I saw in theaters was I think maybe The Fantastic Four or Top Gun Maverick, but I've never seen the original Top Gun, so I started with that one.
That's tough.
Okay.
When you compete at your best, you need a team that keeps you moving. At Yadkin Physical Therapy, we're proud to be the official physical therapy provider of the Twin City Thunderbirds. From the first evaluation to hands-on treatment, we focus on what matters, reducing pain, restoring mobility, and building confidence. Because performance isn't just about recovery, it's about training smarter, strength, stability, balance, and control. Our therapists tailor every plan to each individual so you can return to the ice, the gym, or the job feeling stronger. The same level of care we provide the Thunderbirds is here for our whole community. Students, weekend warriors, and families helping you stay healthy and perform at your best. Yadkin Physical Therapy in Yadkinville. Call 336-677-1800 or email ypt@yadkinphysicaltherapy.com. And hello and welcome back live inside the Florence Center in Florence, South Carolina. Kendall Grayson with you as always. Twin City Thunderbirds hockey on YouTube, Facebook, and WTOB Radio. We thank you for tuning in tonight. Jan Salak has the Thunderbirds goal back in the Pine Tree Tavern first period as we're getting ready for period number 2, the Flow second period here on the broadcast. Well, the full intermission time is over, and we can see the Thunderbirds standing outside of their locker room. They're waiting, of course, for the officials. You can't get back out there until they're ready to go. And just waiting, I think, the entrance of the officials. There's no staff on the bench for the IceCats. Coach Harry and his staff are out there for the Thunderbirds. And so I wonder if they're giving a little bit extra time coming out of the break to let the ice heal a bit. They have been concerned about ice conditions this evening, as the ice was pretty choppy last night. And in fact, during the first period tonight, the two teams switched into the building right in the period at the second media timeout. Now the officials are ready to go as they exit and step out on the ice. So they make their entrance, followed by the Thunderbirds and Boris Babic. And so now Babic will drift down towards my location, and the Thunderbirds will move right to left if you're watching, and also on your radio dial on WTOB from my near side all the way down the ice to the far side vantage point. It was Jan Salak to score in period number 1. 15:20 the time of the goal, assisted by Yuri Pastuka and James Farmer. But in between, though, a goal at 8:52, even strength by Vadim Frolov, and in the final 29 seconds, a goal by Houston Wilson. And that's where we have this 2-1 score. They update the shots on goal online to show as 13-9, favoring the IceCats in the first period. Here in the building, it's showing as 8-7. And the two teams slowly make their way back out there, getting ready to go for this middle period tonight. But again, my sense is they're giving a few extra minutes here to let the ice heal. They've gone over to the corner of the building where the Zamboni doors are and speaking with the maintenance staff, and they're making some type of repair, trying to deal with some ice in the corner. And so that's what's happening now, and there may be a gap in between the boards or something like that as they were trying to pry something up. But we will have just a few more minutes, or at least seconds here before we'll get going. So we'll take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard report and let everyone know what's going on this evening. Port Huron is leading Binghamton on home ice for Port Huron at 2-1. Danbury has a 2-0 lead on home ice against Indiana. There's a tie game 1-1 with Baton Rouge and Columbus. And also a tie game 1-1 with Watertown and Blue Ridge. No score, Athens and Monroe. There will be two games across the league tomorrow. Of course, our game here at 3:15. And at 4:05 Eastern Time, showing on the league site, it's 3:05 Central Time, 4:05 Eastern. It'll be Topeka on the road to play Monroe. So those will be the two games across the league schedule tomorrow. And then there's a game on Wednesday this week, Columbus at Athens, and there's also a Thursday contest, Port Huron at Topeka. And then the Thunderbirds will get back in action next weekend with road games against Monroe. Our first and only trip to Monroe this season. Again, they are doing some repair work in the corner. You're watching online in the bottom left of your screen where the Zamboni entrance is. And if you're watching, I know they've got the view at center ice, but the work is going on in the corner. And they've got shovels out, and I'm not sure what they have going on. Maybe squeegees, actually. It's, I think, another squeegee I just saw come out of the tunnel. So I think we saw this for a brief moment last night, but evidently there is water building up in that area that is not freezing properly and is causing this issue with the playing conditions. And so, I mentioned earlier with the two teams switching ends of the ice, that's not really going to do much in terms of the wear and tear on the ice, unless you saw shots on goal advantage that was one-sided for a team, which of course we don't have tonight. It's pretty close at 8-7 here officially in the building. But what that does, however, is it gives each team a chance to play with that disadvantage in the defensive zone if the puck could then potentially run into some water and stop and, catch you off guard, that type of thing. And so I think that's more of why we saw that change happen, because the wear and tear on the ice is going to be the same. It doesn't really matter, but we're seeing players stretching out of the neutral zone and just trying to stay warm here, as the building and the ice apparently is warm enough. It was very warm here in the area today. Of course, it was north of 60 degrees. And so when you have warmer conditions outside, it makes it a little bit more difficult. As I mentioned previously as well, I also had some traffic in this building with events going on recently. And so this is going to give us a pause here. The officials are still, now they're trying to put the boards back into place, and there's a big gap in the glass at the top. And so if you throw one in from the neutral zone and try to use the glass up high there, that potentially could even go out of play, as there's gaps that are there that I can see from here. But I think we're going to call it good and just try to play some hockey. At least that's what I hope the case is. Don't want to put anyone in danger, though, certainly, the players or the spectators. All right, if you're listening on WTOB, again, this is Twin City Thunderbirds hockey. We were due to get the second period going here, coming out of our long break. However, though, they're working on some ice conditions, and so that is giving us, and maybe now some board conditions, as the boards and the glass are swaying and rocking back as they're trying to work on this. And so if you're just tuning in and you're listening, that's why we've got a hockey broadcast going on, but not playing hockey at the moment. But maybe closer to playing. The officials are going to come out to center ice. The Thunderbirds will be on home ice again in a few weeks. The only two home games of this month will be at the end of the month against Watertown. Back-to-back games on the 27th and 28th. The Friday game, which normally would begin at 7:35 and also was scheduled to begin at 7:35, they recently had to make a change to the start time of that game due to a conflict that's going on, I believe a concert that is going to happen at Wake Forest's basketball facility right there across the parking lot. And so due to traffic concerns and that type of thing, they've moved that game up to 30 minutes to 7:05. So again, Friday's game, the next time we're on home ice in a couple of weeks, Friday of that weekend against Watertown, that game will be at 7:05. And then the Saturday game will be at 6:05. If you're looking to come out and join us for, again, the only home games of the month. Twin City currently on a 7-game road trip, including these 3 games here this weekend. Struggling to put the boards and the glass in place, and I don't know, they might just want to drive the ice resurfacing machine all the way up to the front and just nose it in there and see if they could prop it up that way. Not sure that's the safest suggestion or option, but that might allow us to play some hockey here. I think more than the ice issues here, they announced that they were having ice problems. We saw squeegees come out, and they were trying to sweep the water away. I think now the main concern is the door issue in that corner. And again, this ice is pretty soft anyway. We remember that from earlier trips to this building this season. And there's some scrambling going on along the benches. If you're watching on the feed, you can see we actually have several players just huddling together, and they're talking about maybe what's happened in the opening 20 minutes. Maybe just talking about the plans they might have had otherwise if they weren't playing hockey on Valentine's Day. I know that, again, I always say this around holidays, but we really appreciate you tuning in, especially around holidays, because I know that everyone, not everyone, of course, but many people listening in often, do what we do, and we schedule these events and go about our business, around these holidays. And I know that that's not necessarily normal for everyone out there, and so we're playing here on this Saturday night, and we've got a broadcast for you, and we'll be back here again tomorrow afternoon. So, again, right now, this is all going on to the left of your screen if you're watching the very bottom left corner, although you can't see it. They've got the camera feed here just locked on the logo at center ice. Camera operator may be down there helping at this point. Who knows? But a lot of friendly conversation going on. Players are, many of them, emptied over the boards and talking to members of the opposition. And well, I'd take a break if I could, but I don't want to send anything to break, and all of a sudden we start playing hockey, so we'll stay here with you for now. By the way, it's Cody Johnson, the concert that will be in Winston-Salem at Wake that night when we're playing hockey again on home ice. That's coming up for the next time, again, we go out on home ice in Winston-Salem at the Winston-Salem Fairgrounds Arena at the end of the month, and so repair work is still going on. And again, they addressed a spot that was over there last night. They've paused the music, so I wonder if we'll get a PA announcement. No, they're just moving to the next song. They did some work over there last night for a brief moment and got the squeegees out and checked on it a couple times, did some work, and that was that. But apparently this is going to be, and what already has been, an extensive delay due to, again, the announcement was ice conditions, poor ice conditions, but I'm not sure this is at this point an ice issue unless for some reason the melting is so bad that it's causing the boards not to be able to work properly, but that's above my pay grade. I have to talk to Sandman next time I get back home and get educated on how all this works. But it's disappointing because, we have a lot of momentum coming out of that break with everything we saw back in the first period. And Thunderbirds got on the board with a goal from Jan Salak and unfortunately surrendered one there in the final half minute of the first period. But we saw a big heavyweight fight that, I don't know if it'll go on either of those players' highlight reels when their careers are over. There wasn't a ton of punches thrown really each way, but they did get a couple in. Caleb Melanson went down to the ice, and his opponent, of course, was Divine Apollo. And so Apollon, who I mentioned, Apollon, very big player at 6'3", 220. And Caleb Melanson is also not a small guy. And so he returned to the lineup tonight. Certainly provided the team a spark on home ice the last time that we saw him. But Melanson, wearing number 15, he wore 39 when he made his debut with the team a few weeks ago. 6'4", 269 for him. I think I had him a little bit lighter when I read that out earlier. But 269 officially his weight, height at 6'4". So it was truly a heavyweight tilt. And I have good news. We're going to play hockey. Here we go. This will be the face-off to get us going for the second period. The Flow second period here on the broadcast after an extended first intermission break as they brought the two teams out, had to do a lot of work, and now, again, we're going to play some hockey again. So here we go. Cunningham will look to chase it down. Far side of the building. We'll see if they can hold the line with Garcia as he puts it back behind the net. So it'll settle down here. We'll see if the Thunderbirds can track it down. We have 20 seconds gone by in the Flow second period. Drop back on side by Matt Garcia. It's in behind the goal line and moved out to center, towards center by the IceCats. Here comes Pee Dee with it. Ledkoff's in a pass. It was deflected and then grabbed and moved ahead. Gus forward up to Yuri Pastuka. Pastuka crossed over the red line. It was blocked from there. And briefly played by Danny Zychek. At least he tried to get to it. The IceCats do have it here, and here they come. Onside, a chance and on Babic, and a right pad save made by him. Nicely done. And now we have a stoppage, and this is due to a penalty that was called by the official out at the neutral zone. And it's going to be Roman Kramer. And so Kramer will take a hooking infraction here, and that is going to send the Thunderbirds to the Bobo's Deli and Grill penalty kill with officially 19:05 left to go in the second period. So just underway, opening minute. And now a penalty kill the Thunderbirds will have to deal with. Connor Craig moves with Josh LaBelle off the glass. He goes with it, looking to clear it out as they announce the hooking penalty to Roman Kramer. It's Marcinkiewicz in front. It's free. Can they find it? Swept away. We'll see if Keeley can get to it here. They jump just in front of him, though. And it's Marcinkiewicz. Dominics fires. Save made by Babic. Rebound. And another save made, that time on Wilson. So it's still with Pee Dee as they work it around the zone here on the power play. They scored on the power play last night. Thunderbirds able to match them with a power play goal late in the game. So it's played here by the IceCats. They fire it on Babic, and he has it. All right, so no further play there. And we will have a defensive zone face-off for the Thunderbirds following that save made by Babic. And back down, we're playing again. Thunderbirds will fight for it here. They find it with Farmer, and out it goes. Good job there from James Farmer. And the penalty killers to locate that one and move it down the rink. Here come the IceCats, though, back on side of the power play. As they'll hold on to it. Move it around up high. Far side circle. This is Miguel Diaz. They look to center. Good force of the play there from Garcia. One-timer, though, and that's blocked by Farmer. Found by Ford. And the clear attempt is not out. They're trying to move it out there. Still onside for Pee Dee on the power play. Garcia, Ford, Farmer, and Butita, the four skaters out for the Thunderbirds. They look to kill this one off on the Bobo's Deli and Grill penalty killers. 32 seconds left on it. Slap shot from Garcia goes the length of the rink nearly. Went from the defensive zone over the goal line across the ice as he moved it quickly down the ice. And that will nearly do it. It's just 19 seconds now left to go on this power play for the home team. Pee Dee drops it onside. Ledkov has it. Looks to play it away from LaBelle. High inside the zone. Down low. Gullo. And found by LaBelle. He looks to clear. He does. Out it goes. Kramer standing in the box. And ready to be released. And here he comes. They play 5-on-5 again after a successful Bobo's Deli and Grill penalty kill. Down behind the goal line. IceCats will find it from there. They skate it out towards the red line at center. Now it goes off the end of the stick from LaBelle. LaBelle in the corner and given away and on goal, and that's moved aside by Babic. Off the backhand from Pastuka. This is going to be an icing call, though, as the Thunderbirds are guilty of the icing infraction. So Pastuka felt some pressure, wanted to move it down the ring, and he did. So they Now update the shots on goal to 17-9 here in the building. It was 13-9 officially in the first period on the online scoring system, and so now they've updated that as well, and they're showing 4-0 here in the period. Defense's own face-off. They've not made the announcement, by the way, that we'll switch ends again at the second media timeout of this period, but I wonder if they will. And they'll play all three periods that way. As I always say, everyone, we're going to find out together. IceCats onside here, 2-on-1 below the circles, and a good pass break up by Connor Craig, who got in the way of that one. Craig plays it himself out of the reach of Nick Gullo, and he skates it up to the neutral zone. Nice job there. Flips it in on goal, and Rutherford will make a glove save and hold on to it. That's the type of play that is not going to ever show up on a score sheet, and that's why sometimes if you look at stats from defensemen, really all you've got to go off of, at least at this level, is the points, and the points sometimes are not there, and it's because of defensive efforts like that. They're just never going to show up on the score sheet at the end of the night, and so we often don't remember it. We'll remember that pass break up there, though. Here's Hanley in front, Butita in on goal, and he nearly scored. It just went wide right off the face-off. IceCats find it back behind the goal line. Butita comes crashing in, looking to make a play. It's Troy Harwell to play along the red line in the neutral zone. Here's Roman Kramer. Had a great night offensively last night, looking to do it again tonight. 2 goals in last night's game, the only 2 for the Thunderbirds in a 5-2 defeat. IceCats drag it onside. It's Houston Wilson. He'll stop in the corner, towards the corner, along the half wall, and he plays it up high. They look to battle for it to the near side, still with the IceCats. Marcinkiewicz zips it up top. No play on it. Now it's down behind the goal line again. 15:25 left to go in the Flow second period. They throw it in front and score. Patrick's Marcinkiewicz on the one-timer. It's 3-1. Boris Babic is frustrated with that. Jacob Snop skated over, and you can see the universal signal with the glove pointed down to take a breath here. But he was not happy with the puck movement that was allowed in front of him there. And right across for that one-timer from Marcinkiewicz. And they'll announce the 26th of the year for Patrick's Marcinkiewicz. Patrick's and Dominic's lead the way offensively for this group. Thunderbirds without Zach White this weekend, one of their offensive threats and a leader. So playing without him. Down by 2 here. It's Levkov. He'll hold on to it in the far side circle back behind the goal. Captured again by Nate Keeley this time. Off the boards, and they couldn't hold on to it. Jacob Schnapp applied some pressure out at center. And this was called at the blue line, and so that should send us to a media timeout with 14:39 left in the period, and it will. All right, this is the first media timeout of period number 2. Thunderbirds are down by 2 at 3-1, so we'll step aside here for this break and be right back. This is Twin City Thunderbirds hockey.
I want to stop being sidelined by pain. I want to tell him I'm in. I want a surgeon who speaks more knees than he can count. I want the best care in the game. I want a team that's with me every step of the way. I want to bounce back fast. I want to show them my best is yet to come.
For the best orthopedic care, you want Novant. Novant Health. Best surgeons, amazing nurses, remarkable care.
What are you doing, bub?
Just fixing my chair.
You should call Contract Business Solutions.
Good idea. I'll give them a call.
Proudly serving the Piedmont Triad area for over 17 years, Contract Business Solutions partners with leading manufacturers to create innovative, budget-friendly workspaces. From design and layout to delivery and installation, explore our capabilities at cbsworkspaces.com.
welcome back. Out of the media timeout, the face-off as we're back. Look out here as Babic thought it was going to go one way and it went the other. And now he's ready, kicks it out. That took a funny bounce here on the defensive end. So we play on here. We have 14:23 left to go in our second period, the Flow second period. Thunderbirds down by a pair on the road at 3-1. Try to work it free along the far side board. Still on the attack for the IceCats. They jumped over the Thunderbirds in the standings last night. A regulation win would put the Thunderbirds back in the fourth place spot. They'll have to come from behind and do it. Here we go. Cunningham's onside, has some room. He curls away, and then he's forced out to the neutral zone. So Corey Cunningham will have to make a pass to find Connor Craig. Snaps it up along to Jan Salak. Salak is given a bump, and it's Nick McGill-Diaz to play the puck. He scored the opening goal last night. As Farmer converging with Salak at center. John Butita as well. And they look to play it onside. Here we go. Kramer has some space. Waits. And gave it to Farmer. And then it was given away by Farmer. Picked off and moved down the rink by the IceCats. They play it ahead. Now the near side corner. A check with Garcia. And it finds its way to the twig of Roman Kramer. Out to John Butita. Here's Butita stepping onside. Back he goes to Ford, and he just lost the handle on it. Garcia towards the net, though, as he flipped it back. And taken aside again by the IceCats. So Pee Dee drags it onside here. They have a chance in the attacking territory. Goes back into the near side and collected by Garcia. Check in. Oh, there, we got a hand pass. That's what they called. So it's a break for a hand pass. With 12:47 left to go in the second. So they have 2-minute unsportsmanlike conduct scored now to Melanson and Apollon back in the first period. Also 5 minutes for fighting in the first period. So again, we'll keep you updated if we see any more action with those two players or anyone else, of course, through the remaining minutes of this game. Still a long way to go, 2.5 minutes until the halfway point of the contest, as Pee Dee is not happy with an icing call there. They're going to try to get this overturned. So 12:32 left to go in the second period, and they will overturn this ruling. That'll put the face-off to the logo at center ice. And down it goes, the face-off at center, and so we are back. Onside, a chance for Schnapp, and on goal, and a save made by Rutherford. So Schnapp towards the net and on Rutherford. That may have been officially the Thunderbirds' first shot of the period. I think it was. And Wilson behind the goal of Babic, trying to wrap it around, and Hanley found it, flipped down the rink by Kate Hanley. So they'll find it from there as the IceCats go back to collect it. See if the Thunderbirds can track it down again. Still with Pee Dee, though, as they cross over the line, and up top a chance. They pass it around, they go in front. Wilson off the backhand, and he forced it just wide as he spun around and tried to fire that one ahead. Twin City looking for it with Salak, the goal scorer, back in the first period. Yuri Pasuka, Corey Cunningham out there at Ford. The defensive pairing, at least right now, is Craig and LaBelle. Towards center, way down the rink this time, and this is going to be an icing called against the IceCats. All right, so we have a little bit of a pause here, and again, if you're just tuning in, we have lots of time left in this period as there was problems with the ice or boards or glass or all of the above they had to work on extensively coming out of the first intermission break. Out-of-town scoreboard report, Monroe is leading Athens 2-0 in that battle at the top of the Continental Division. Of course, two teams who are right beside each other in the standings facing off this weekend. Thunderbirds currently in fifth as the IceCats hold the fourth spot. Onside a chance for Pee Dee, top of the far side circle to drop it back, and a one-timer that was blocked by Ford. Hit him in the lower body. Kramer onside. His drive is dealt with by Rutherford. It's up and out. So another stoppage here in the contest. They will do it again here in the attacking area of the Thunderbirds. We'll be back here again tomorrow afternoon, 3:15 the time of the puck drop. 3 o'clock the time of the pregame show if you're looking to tune in and join us on the broadcast. Left circle face-off. Down it goes. Thunderbirds looking for it here, but it goes off the glass, and they'll hold the line for now, and eventually out to center. That was played away from Jan Salar. Pee Dee has it. They go in front. Look out. Shot. Save made by Boris Babic. Good job there. Kicked it away. Moved high in the zone to Cunningham. Out to the center ice red line. Pastuca tried to feed it back to Cunningham. Goes bouncing around, and eventually collected here by the IceCats. So hold on to it. Build some speed. This is lowered to flip it ahead. Into the near side corner. Goes one-on-one with Farmer. As they'll go back and forth. Now to the far side, we'll see Garcia step in, swipe at it, looking to move it out of the zone, down behind the line. It's a lock in this one-on-one battle with the IceCat across from him, collected here by the Thunderbirds. That was Chance Adrian who's locked up with. Garcia flips it high. This is blockered away by Rutherford. Left in front, though, or left at the side of the net. And it was sent in front. No one home, though, for the White Sweaters. Here's Harwell. Harwell backing up into the defensive zone, plays it ahead, nearly gave it away to Wilson. Schnapp had it nearly taken aside by Wilson. And Jacob Schnapp calmly plays it back behind the goal. They snap it through center. Couldn't get much on the pass, though. They were looking for Dion Demke. And takes another funny jump here below the broadcast location that Babic had to watch. Then a giveaway high in the zone. Pee Dee's got numbers down low. They'll slap it around here in front and just wide of the net of Babic. I think he barely got a piece of that one. Wilson was applying some pressure in front of the goal. Houston Wilson, up high he goes to the left point on the pass. Timur Razilov. Razilov. He drops it away. Long shot. They score. And Babic arguing for goaltender interference. Cade Hanley also arguing. And he was run into at the top of the goal crease. For now, it'll be 4-1, but he was in the blue paint. And let's see if there'll be an argument here. It's been a frustrating weekend for the Thunderbirds, and certainly don't want breaks like that to go against you. All right, Boris Babic. Certainly not happy, and I think he's got a case here. It says 4-1 for now, but they have opened the door up, and they'll look for a video review here. I think they'll use the goal camera behind the net. And head coach Steve Harrison has challenged this. I think this is a perfect use of his challenge. Babic is very aggressive, and so he does play a lot in the upper portion of that blue area. But as long as he's in that blue area, he's entitled to that, and he was run into. Now, the Thunderbirds also had a player that was in front of the goal when that happened, and so the Thunderbirds player who was down there certainly is not allowed to put any pressure into another player that would then bump him into Babic, and so that may be the argument from the other side. But just watching that live, there was definitely contact, and goaltenders don't like to be scored on, but you know, not all the time are they going to react like that. And he was very upset as soon as that happened, and so that's an indication. I have a lot to go off of here from my spot. But one of the things I use is how are those players reacting to what happened? And you know, sometimes a penalty might get called and the player doesn't really react and the coach doesn't really react, and sometimes I'll tell you, well, that was a penalty. But when you have reactions like that, the goaltender's very upset. He knows the rules, and so he certainly felt like he was interfered with there. They are taking a while to look at this, and we'll see if they have a ruling. I think we'll get a ruling soon. It was called a goal on the ice, and so we'll see if they overturn it. Butita's reaction is not great as he skates away. It's a goal. It's 4-1. Now head coach Steve Harrison comes way up to the front of the bench here as now the fans realize it. And he's going to want an explanation on that call. And he is really not happy here. Frustration building from this team. Coach Harrison in the doorway now. And Troy Harwell is having to help him back towards the bench. Well, it was a 3-goal loss last night. Thunderbirds down by 3 here, and so we'll have to see what the response is from this group. This is a difficult position for them to be in. But here in the next 9:15 of this period, in the remaining minutes, we're going to find out what they're made of. Now they have sent a player over, and it's going to be Dion Demke. So I was waiting on the number that went over. It'll be Demke. And that will put the IceCats on a power play 5-on-4. So the Thunderbirds to the Bobo's Deli and Grill penalty kill after that unsuccessful challenge from Coach Harrison. And so they've had a lot go wrong here on the weekend. See if they can start building some momentum, and a penalty kill here would go a long way. IceCats are onside with Levkov. High in the zone. They'll move it across, far side circle. Just inside the blue paint. Down low it goes. Miguel Diaz up top, sends it around. No shot yet here on the power play from De La Savita. In front they go. One-timer, they score. And it's 5-1 with 8:41 left to go in the second period. IceCats moved it around the power play, and in it went. And we're going to have a goaltending change here. This is going to be the debut of Chad Purdy. And so Purdy goes to the crease. He will now man the pipes for Twin City. And so a goaltending change at 5-1, 8:41 left to play in the Flow second period. Miguel Diaz is the goal scorer here. Schnapp looking for it onside, trying to drop it out in front of the goal as the linesman got run into and went down, and that helped out the Thunderbirds. Schnapp pulls it across the crease, and Demke will chop it ahead. Goes the far side corner here. We have 8:14 left to go in this second period. Thunderbirds down by 4. Farmer, he looks to drive it ahead, up top, right to the blue line. They'll try to punch it along from there, and a penalty has been called. And it's a hook. And so it looks like the Thunderbirds will go to the power play as Chance Adrian has been penalized. All right, we've had a lot going on, but we are now to our official media timeout. This is the media timeout. We will step aside here on the broadcast and be right back with you. This is Twin City Thunderbirds Hockey. We'll be right back.
Best electricians, plumbers, and heating and cooling technicians to bring convenience and unbeatable value to our customers. Life can be hectic. What better way to simplify than to have one company you trust to take care of all of your home's repair needs? Since 1972, integrity and customer satisfaction have been at the heart of everything we do. We are proud to have built a name our neighbors trust, one that provides peace of mind and a service that can be relied on, today, tomorrow, and for years to come. Thank you for trusting Gwynn Services with your home. We are proud to stand behind the work we do every single day to serve our friends and neighbors here in North Carolina. We are Gwynn Services. One call does it all.
Every car gets warning lights, but did you know the color actually means something too? Red indicates an issue that requires immediate attention. Orange indicates a less urgent issue, like a vehicle service requirement. Blue and green give you information on lights and indicators. The more you know with Flow.
Welcome back inside the Florence Center. They do not change ends at the immediate timeout as they did back in the first period. But this is the professional hockey debut for goaltender Chad Purdy, who wears number 72, has backed up Boris Babic for many games this season. I have him listed as, I think, 17 there. He's been the backup. Here we go with Salak on the power play, and it's bouncing around. It's still free. Taken aside by the IceCats, and they look to drive it out through the neutral zone. They've got it back behind the net. It's played here by Purdy. And it's into the near side corner. So 17 games backing up, and now this will be his debut. Not the way he wanted to get it between the pipes, though, with this change that was made with Boris Babic coming out after giving up 5 goals towards the halfway point of the game, and he was certainly frustrated, and it's moved out to center here. They announced the current penalty to Adrian that's on the board. Here's John Butita onside of a power play. Out towards center, shorthanded break. No shot. They throw it in front. They try to get the play to go to the near side post to Marcinkiewicz as he went down from behind, had some help. No penalty called. Dominik's Marcinkiewicz. And now it's Corey Cunningham onside of the power play. Shoots, scores! It's a power play goal. And it's 5-2. And so the Thunderbirds light the lamp on the man advantage. 6:54 left to play in the Flow second period. Corey Cunningham scoring for the 7th time this season, the 53rd of his FPHL career. So Adrian's penalty proves to be costly, and just like last night, it's a 5-2 score. Couple players get tied up here at center. One of them is Jacob Schnapp on the ice as he's wrapped up with Adrian, who's pushing him around. And we're going to have a fight. Oh, he tackled him. Schnapp just put a wrestling move tackle on his opponent there at center ice. And that was like something you'd see in the ring or the gridiron. But he had had enough with Adrian as he got locked up with him. And Jacob Schnapp from the top rope. Well, let's see what they call here. That had been brewing at the logo right off the face-off. And we'll reset everything for you here. But Schnapp will go to the box. It might be the day after Valentine's Day by the time we get this one played. John Butita, the captain, out there speaking with the referee. Schnapp was the only player taken, and that will put the Thunderbirds on the Bobos Deli and Grill penalty kill. And they will announce it now. Roughing is the call. Nate Keeley with a defensive zone face-off. And there's a heavy hit from Farmer on Wilson, found by Butita. And could be a shorthanded break. It's Keeley crossing over the line, picked off though, the opposite blue line, and the IceCats will fly back the other way. They'll jump on side here and look to move it around the zone. And it's in the near side corner as they'll battle for possession. Thunderbirds looking for it, trying to move it out. Still inside the blue paint though. here on the penalty kill. It's played by the IceCats across to go Marcinkiewicz. This is Patrick's fired and eventually made its way into the corner. Butita pushed down. Garcia looking to clear, and he does. That one worked out as Dominic's Marcinkiewicz was unable to hold the blue line there. Unable to keep it on the right side of the paint there for him. So back to center it goes. Now back onside. They fire one, and Purdy makes a save. All right, so welcome to the FPHL for Chad Purdy. Native of Memphis, Tennessee, 99 birth year, and last played at McKendree University. And he's in the game now. We'll see how he does. This is not an easy spot to be brought into. But they make the change there. Head coach Steve Harrison making the change after the 5th goal went in. Thunderbirds on the board after that to make it 5-2. And now working on a disadvantage on a penalty kill. Levkov, quick pass, and Bastuka looks like he'll be able to play. Gets over there, chops at it, out it goes. Here come the IceCats back from the defense's only cross on side of the power play. Ford has it, chips it ahead to Butita. 33 seconds left on this Bobo's Dillingrove penalty kill. Collected and found by Connor Craig, turns and shoots it way down the rink. And a save made there by Parker Rutherford. So Rutherford drops it back behind the net. We are finally under 5 minutes to play in this flow second period that has lasted an eternity. Pee Dee's onside. Levkov high in the zone, they'll hold on to it. Shot goes well wide of the net there as Purdy was screened. Chad Purdy slides post to post, looking on now. They work it around the zone of the power play. Power play has expired, and Butita looking to chop it ahead right as Jacob Schnapp left the box. Now it's back down behind the goal line and played here by Josh LaBelle. Fires it out to center. Keeley's wrapped up, and then he pushes off, and he fires it ahead. 4 minutes, 22 seconds left to go in our flow second period here tonight. 3-game weekend for each of these teams, and it's the opponent every game. We'll be right back here again in this 3-3 scenario for a road game. 3:15, the time of the puck drop tomorrow. Cade Hanley looks to move it from the defensive zone. First, pass it up to Keeley, and then he got it right back from him, and once again returned it to Nate Keeley. Keeley trying to drop it onside. The advance was stopped at the blue line, though. And transitioning back the other way, Farmer chops at it. Schnapp looking for it, and this was a delayed offside, so they had to tag up. That allowed Farmer to try to find a pass up to Schnapp. It just went bouncing away from him as Jacob Schnapp tried to hop over the blue line. Here's Gullo shooting, save made by Purdy. It's loose and controlled there by Hanley. Cade Hanley charges up the left wing with Lord, trying to take it away from him. Hanley evaded a check, got pushed though by Bedard. Long pass to the logo. Here come the IceCats. Back onside. They look to fire. Purdy has it. And so it looks like that may take us to a timeout. Rutherford skating out to the bench, and Purdy will head that way as well. All right, it's the final media timeout of this second period. We will take it. We'll step aside here for a media timeout and be right back with more Twin City Thunderbirds hockey.
Looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate around Winston-Salem and the Triad? Meet Jennifer Sapp, your trusted local realtor. With nearly 30 years of deep experience, Jennifer specializes in everything from historic homes and remodels to investment properties, college town housing, and short sales. She's known for honesty, integrity, and making the process as stress-free as possible. Ready to make your move? Call 336-782-3148 or visit jensapprealty.com today.
Did you know that not changing your engine oil can result in engine failure? Regular oil changes can extend the life of your engine and reduce the risk of engine failure. Schedule your next oil change on the Flow Garage app. The more you know with Flow.
Back from the media timeout. Face off a defensive end for the Thunderbirds. They give it away, though, as Salak was trying to win that one, and the IceCats will hold it onside here. 3 minutes, 5 seconds left to go in the Flow second period. Shots are 25-13. Favoring the IceCats. They make another change there to the scoring system on shots on goal. In on goal there from Salak, and that was going to be a highlight reel play for him as he dropped down to one knee and was trying to score from that position, and a save made by Rutherford. So it's a 3-goal game. Thunderbirds down 5-2. We have 2:51 left to go in this second period. It's going to be a quick turnaround for these two teams who play at 3:15 tomorrow afternoon. Here's Salak, offensive zone face-off now. And wins it. Can they fire with Cunningham? Toe save made by Rutherford there. Cunningham all types of pressure back behind him, and I think the Thunderbirds wanted to call there. LaBelle slipped and fell. Look out. Could be trouble in front. They look to shoot. They do, and they score. Alexander Levkov has made it 6-2. And that's the first one that gets behind Purdy in his Thunderbirds career, but that one's not on him as they put him in a bad spot to try to deal with that one. And so the offensive explosion here for the IceCats will continue with their 6th goal on the board. We have 2:37 left to go in this period. Chopped out of the neutral zone by Gus Ford taking the face-off. And back it goes to James Farmer. They'll announce the goal. And it's Levkov. In front again here, Wilson in on net, and that time it was Purdy to make a save on him. So if you're just joining us, we've got really a lot going on tonight, a ton to talk about. We had a big fight in the first period. We had some ice conditions / board conditions that had to be repaired coming out of the break to begin this period. We've had a goaltending change now for the Thunderbirds as Purdy is in to replace Babick. And that was after the 5th goal was scored here in this period. Out towards center, didn't make it there though. Here's a chance, Marcinkiewicz in front, looking to dance around Purdy, and he put a stick out there on him and prevented that chance. All right, here we go. Roman Kramer onside with it, looks to center. Thunderbirds have players in front of the goal, and they got it to Farmer, and then Farmer unable to fire from his position, goes bouncing away from Kramer, and back onside for the IceCats. Marcinkiewicz, they look to shoot, they do, and it goes wide. Rebound, and Purdy has it. So that'll get us to a stoppage. Once again, another chance developing from the rush. The IceCats are so good at doing that, and the Thunderbirds, through a lot of their games against them this season, have really been able to limit what they've been able to do. But unfortunately, this weekend, they've been able to take advantage of some mistakes and some good breaks. And out shooting the Thunderbirds here at 28-14. No face-off as they'll have Keeley's counterpart there, Nick Gullo, remove him. He's arguing back and forth with the linesman. And now we're playing once more. Far side of the building as Lord got locked up with Adrian and eventually found here by the good guys. Harwell has it behind the goal. He's got some space to work, and he charges his way out of the defensive zone. Flashes over the red line in center, drops it onside. Jacob Schnapp goes skating towards it and trying to play it along the near side boards. Back behind the goal, 1:18 remaining in the Flow second period. Twin City can find one here late. That would go a long way in this comeback effort as they're down by 4. The score is 6-2. Dion Demke drives it back to Cade Hanley. Hanley takes a step, moves away from Adrian, and then he fires onside. You hear the call there. 1 minute left to go in this middle period tonight. Thanks for tuning in. We'll have our second intermission break coming up after this, and we hope that you enjoy the programming in the second intermission break. It'll be the Coach Harry Show that we have, of course, live almost every Tuesday. Sometimes the weather and other situations dictate otherwise, but nearly every Tuesday. at the 3 locations of our partners, Little Italy, Earls, and Dave & Buster's. Here's a lock-on side with a chance late in the period, but that conversation from this past Tuesday, we will hear some of that coming up in the break. 20 seconds remaining in the period as they battle along the boards. Not really moving at the moment. Eventually fouled by the IceCats, given away though. In on goal, a slap shot from LaBelle is turned away by Rutherford. Back here with a face-off. Thunderbirds looking for it. Out in front of the net it goes, and that'll do it for the final seconds of the period. Maybe they're going to throw it over the icing line, and they sound the horn, and we'll see if they just let that take us to the break. Head coach Harrison may want a face-off here, though. And I think he will get one after the IceCats were guilty of the icing, and so roughly a second was left. Purdy will be pulled here. I think that's the right move to make. Just put the extra attacker out there. They put 1 minute up, and so I think that'll be 1 second once they get it done. One of the linesmen will come over here and signal towards the scores table. Actually, he's removing some debris or something beneath our near side corner location. Now they have 17 seconds showing. We don't have that much time left. Maybe it's 1.7 they're trying to get to. They have the 1.0 up there. And I think they'll leave it at that. All right, this will be the last face-off in all likelihood of this period. Thunderbirds will look to chop it ahead with Ford. They will have nearly everyone stacked to his left as they look to go forward quickly with this face-off. I'm not sure you'll have a time for a clean win and a shot. Maybe. They'll be close with 1.0 left. You can certainly drive it towards the goal. Now the referee comes back over to have another word at the scorer's table. Both officials are over there. Looks like we're finally ready. And so they go over to speak with head coach Gary Graham of the IceCats, give him an explanation. The clock has had some problems this weekend as well. We saw that last night. It's jumped around a bit tonight too. I try to keep track of it the best I can for you if you're watching. All right, they've got 1 minute on the clock, but let's see. They obviously know the deal downstairs, and so as long as everyone's on the same page, there we go, and that should do it for the period, and everyone just stands still, and there's the horn. All right, so after that, we are headed to the break here with the Thunderbirds down by 4 at 6-2. So now we'll go to our second intermission break, and we hope that you enjoy the programming on the other side, but the Thunderbirds certainly in a difficult spot here after dropping the game last night. Wanted to build some momentum with a bounce-back win tonight, and they'll have a lot of work to do coming up in the third period with this spread at 4 goals. But as always, I say every night, we'll find out together what it looks like and if they can charge from behind and put together what would be an extremely memorable win. They could find a way to do it here in the third period. So that'll do it for our second period here on the broadcast. We will take a break, and then we'll hear the programming in the break. And then when we come back, of course, we'll be ready to go for the Culver's third period here on the broadcast. Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in tonight. It's a 6-2 score after the second period. This is Twin City Thunderbirds hockey.
Flo Cadillac is a proud sponsor of the Thunderbirds. Visit 1400 South Stratford Road for a free test drive. Or go online to flowcadillac.com to schedule a sales or service appointment.
When it comes to performance, speed matters, just like on the ice. Introducing same-day dental crowns right here at Twin Oaks Dentistry. With cutting-edge technology, we craft crowns on-site, eliminating the need for temporary. As proud sponsors of the Thunderbirds, we understand the need for top-notch performance. We're more than just dental care. We're your partners in achieving your best smile.
When you're craving that slow smoke flavor done right here in Winston-Salem, there's only one place to go, Honky Tonk Smokehouse. From tendered pulled pork and fall-off-the-bone ribs to fresh house-made sides, Honky Tonk has it all. Not a meat lover? They've got delicious vegan options too. And when it's time to party, let Honky Tonk Smokehouse handle the catering and event planning. They'll bring the flavor to you. Stop by 145 Jonestown Road and taste why the locals here can't get enough. Honky Tonk Smokehouse.
All right, we'll get some fan questions here. Troy, I just want to ask you first. This isn't written down, but I know it looks like to me really your first full season in the league. You played a number of games the last couple of years, but tell us about, this is now your first year that you've been playing a lot of games. Is that more, did you have injuries or were you doing other things? Tell us about that.
I would say it was more of just I wasn't necessarily ready to play at the level. It was an experience thing. It was a reps thing. It was a maturity thing, I would say, because I didn't go to college. I didn't play college hockey. So I came right out of juniors and I started working. Actually, for those of you that might know, maybe not, I actually started working as a mechanic at a car garage. I have an interest in cars. Okay. And I did that for a year after my 20 year in juniors. And then I saw that my brother was actually playing on the Danbury team. My brother is a very good hockey player, and I was like, oh, maybe I could come play. I was like, I think I could do this. So I came in, and the guys in Danbury, Billy McCree was the coach at the time. I got nothing but good things to say about him, and he kind of brought me in and really taught me the game. Taught me how to play the game, taught me how to be hard to play against. Speed up the processes and times in which I make decisions and how I make the decisions on the ice. And then it was really just like a learning curve, a really big learning curve. I played in the NA3, which is not the best junior league, so it was a huge learning curve to go from there, take a year and a half off, and then come play in the Federal Prospects League. But yeah, so
it's like, to come to his defense, that's a even when you come from college, like there's guys that come in this league now from college or even junior or high level of junior, and there's a time of acclimation, I guess, of how to play the game, and it's a different game, as I said. So I give him a lot of credit there. He battled back, and as I said, that's a tough road to take. But obviously his heart was in it, and he's done a good job. But as I said, everybody just thinks, you come from college, oh geez, I can go play in the Federal Hockey League, and a lot of times you can't. And even if you're a good player in college, it's not as easy as you think. And you look at our league right now, the skill level, the level of talent that we're going to play a team this weekend here. They had two guys that scored 70 points in the East Coast Hockey League last year. So there's a lot of talent in this league. So I give him a lot of credit to fight his heart way he has. And the one thing I think a lot of times too is everybody wants it now. And we talk about that, again, with our team here this year. And players too, they come in here and maybe get traded one time or things don't work out, and I'm gonna quit or something. Well, not every player, and we only hear about Sidney Crosby or the guys that maybe the high echelon players but even those guys sometimes they run into roadblocks during their career, and you got to fight through those things. And so the guys that I watch, the guys who battle through it, I give them a lot of credit because as I said, you got to put your heart into it, and it's not as easy as you think.
Did you play any other sports before hockey, and kind of when did hockey start for you based on other things you were doing?
Hockey was always number one, my main sport. I played hockey and soccer. I played soccer from the time I was 3 to 7, and I was like, I don't really like soccer. So I started playing football at 7. So I was playing hockey and football for my entire life. When I got to high school, I ran a little bit of track as well, just because my football coach was like, you need to get in shape. So he made me do track in the spring to kind of stay in shape for the summer once football training started back up. But yeah, so track, hockey, football, soccer.
Okay. Coach, this may be more for you here. It's a question about, is there a rule in this league for the length of the stick and how long your stick can be? I know that there is in other leagues. I would assume there is one here. I couldn't tell you what the measurements are, but...
I'm going to have to read the rule book.
too.
At all these
Actually
sticks
don't
now,
know.
a long time ago they had the curve, and now back when I played, I won't tell you how long ago, but we used wood sticks, and I try to explain to these guys that every dressing room had a workbench, and guys would spend hours curving their sticks, shaving down the bottom of the stick, cutting it off, the toe off, just hours and hours. And nowadays, these guys get a stick. The only reason they do anything to it is because it's too long, so they'll cut it and it's done. And they tape it and they go. As I said, it's just a different era. So I know back then, obviously, Bobby Hall brought in the big curve and everyone, and then they banned it and went to that. I think everyone now, when they come, I think they're you can't cut them, so they're legal. And as I said, I don't know if there's a length. So,
I don't think there is a length.
That's tough. I mean, you get a guy like
LaBelle,
or
stick is like 3 feet taller than me.
or you get a guy like Chara who played in the NHL a long time. Like that guy's, and then Mikey Mania there, like it looks like a toothpick out there sometimes. So as I said, I don't know if there's an actual anymore.
Another equipment-related question, and this because Binghamton visited our building, not too long ago, and then we went up there, obviously, a couple of weeks ago. But it's a question about, Binghamton changing the gloves, getting warm gloves during the game. They've got staff members running around, and our fans have seen them toss them over the glove, or over the glass, and reheat their gloves or warm them up and get a new pair, whatever it is. And this question simply says, does it make much of a difference to be doing that?
Well, the gloves nowadays are different too. Like for some reason, they get wet pretty fast, and when it gets wet, you don't like to hold the stick as much. So if you look at it now, I think every team's got dryers, and we got. I've been in different organizations where you get the pipe, and you make things yourself, and you put the hair dryers in it. But nowadays they actually have these machines, and if you go to the NHL, like if you watch the NHL game and guys are going down the hallway, they hand the one guy the stick and they throw the two gloves over to this guy, and it's just that's the way they do it. So some guys are more picky. Some guys like their gloves maybe a little wetter. But as I said, I think the gloves nowadays they make them very good, but they don't make them to last. And as I said, I think that they break down pretty fast. So that's what I'd say. That's what guys do.
A lot of times too is when the gloves get wet, the top hand on your stick, the tape will get wet too.
Okay.
And it'll get all slimy. It won't feel right.
Okay.
I tell them it's not the gloves; it's what's in the gloves. So that's the key. You know what I mean? Like the golden hands here. Like what I mean? It's trust me, it's not the gloves; it's the hands. It's the hands. Okay.
This question comes from Rebecca, who's not here tonight, but she sent it in, and this is totally out of left field for me, but I'll ask it anyway. Troy says, what was it like growing up in the height of High School Musical and having the same first name as Troy Bolton? I've not seen a second of High School Musical, so I couldn't tell you.
I used to get bullied because everybody knew I didn't like when people would call me Troy Bolton. Yeah. So to get me angry on the playground and during lunchtime at the table, they'd be like, Troy Bolton, or they'd call me Bolton. I'd be like,
I'm gonna have to watch that movie.
Yeah, I'd say some things I probably shouldn't say right now.
Now let me put that on my bucket list. I got to go home and watch that movie now.
I think you already sort of answered this one. Maybe it's a different question now that you're playing more full time now. But it says, what would you do if you weren't playing hockey?
Probably either be a mechanic.
Yeah.
I'm actually currently in school online to get a finance degree. I would like to go into financial planning or financial advising. Or I coach as well when I'm back home in Connecticut. I'm the head coach of a U12 hockey team. So, a little bit of everything. I definitely will keep my hand in the game for the rest of my life for as long as I can.
Well, who coaches the team when you're not there, or do you coach it in the summertime team?
No, who's coaching the team now is actually, I don't know who my replacement was. I was really close, or I am really close with like the head of the organization.
Okay, cool.
So I think he probably took over and he's just looking after the team.
And this leads right into the next question. What do you do during the off season?
Coach, go to school, because the program I'm in with school, it's not like a semester-based program, it's a trimester, so I'll have 8 weeks of school, and then I'll have a week or 2 weeks off, and then I'll have 8 weeks of school. So that's yearly, or that's year-round, I should say. And so I'll be in school. Occasionally, if one of my buddies or someone I know needs help with their car, I can help them fix their car.
Now, do you do lessons too?
And I do lessons as well. Yeah.
That's the big thing now. And I think in every sport,
Well,
it's
there's
all,
a lot. Yeah, there's a
it's
lot
all
of money in it.
specified. It's all specified, and you can do lessons, and so it's good.
Yeah. What has been your favorite arena so far?
The ones we win in.
The ones we win. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Always like those, even if I don't like the rink. I like it tonight.
Favorite arena? I like Binghamton. Binghamton's cool. I like our arena too. It's real intimate in our barn.
It's good,
when the fans are really in it, it gets really intimate in there. But Bingo's, that's an old age L rink. That there's nothing like playing in Bingo, especially when you win in Bingo. It's the best.
This says, who is the worst person to room with home and away? So who you live with potentially, and then on the road.
The worst person to room with? I'm not answering that because I'm gonna get
Smart man. I like it.
I think you guys are smart enough to know who.
Yeah. We had a poll. We did this last couple of years, and I think it's 100% was number 6 was always the one that nobody wanted
he's
to room
up
with.
there.
He's right up
He's
there.
up there.
So he's normally unanimous choice there for that one.
But on the road, I'm always with LaBelle in the hotel, so he's real clean. He's easy to room with. He's actually the one yelling at me to pick up my socks if I leave. I'll leave like a sock or something in the bathroom. He's like, "Pick up your crap. What are you doing?"
All right. We'll go to this next one here. This says, what was your favorite bus trip so far?
I think the most recent one, back home, coming back home from Bingo. Although we blew a tire.
Indeed, we did.
But it was funny because like I was kind of dozing off in the back, and I just hear Schnapp yelling up to Boots, and Boots is like, "No, we're fine, we're fine." He's like, "No, we're not." Like everyone's freaking out, and Boots is like, "Oh, we're all right." We weren't all right. It was funny. It was funny.
Just to let everybody know, we're getting new tires. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
And we actually had to move the bus. I had an experience with the bus this weekend too, because we had to move it because we had to put it in one place when we were at the fairgrounds, and Kevin wasn't around, so Holly's husband Steve helped move the bus, and forgot to turn the. And I'm going to put it right on there, because I forgot to call him today, because we tried to go out and start the car or the bus today to take it, get new tires, and the battery was dead because he forgot to turn it off. So I'm throwing Steve under the bus right now. Okay, but we got her going. She's getting tires on, and we're ready to go.
Question here says, what did you do with your weekend off? And I know you mentioned watching the Super Bowl. Anything else that you guys did this weekend?
Went to the bar.
Okay.
Watch the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Play a little bit of video games.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's really it. Tried to take some rest days. I do a lot of stretching. I like to stay flexible. Helps with the cardio.
I went and had a nice steak.
Oh, okay.
That's
I went to a restaurant I'd never been to before. It's called Firebirds. I went to Firebirds and had a nice steak at Firebirds, and somebody was gracious enough to give me a gift card there, and I went there, and it was very nice, and thank you for it. But as I said, I had a good time there.
Cool. And the final question, I know we've touched on this a little bit here, but what do you enjoy doing in your downtime, during the season when, I know we talked about the off season, but just during the year, kind of, what do you do in your downtime?
I'm a big Call of Duty guy.
Okay.
Finish strong. Start here. Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist.
What are you doing, bub?
Just fixing my chair.
You should call Contract Business Solutions.
Good idea. I'll give them a call.
Proudly serving the Piedmont Triad area for over 17 years, Contract Business Solutions partners with leading manufacturers to create innovative, budget-friendly workspaces. From design and layout to delivery and installation, explore our capabilities at cbsworkspaces.com.
Flow Automotive wants your vehicle, and we're currently offering more to keep up with customer demand. You don't even have to buy one from us. Go to flowauto.com and click Sell Trade to get an offer to purchase in minutes. It's that easy. Remember, flowauto.com. We want your car.
And welcome back live inside the Florence Center here in Florence, South Carolina. Nearly ready for the Culver's third period here on the broadcast. It's a 4-goal lead for the hometown Pee Dee IceCats after period number 2. This has been a bit of a marathon event as we had some delays, significant delays coming out of the first intermission break towards the second period. And I think we'll have at least a little bit more time before we get going here in the third period. But certainly would like to thank everyone for tuning in this evening and taking time out of your Valentine's night to join us here on the broadcast. So here is how we have arrived at this 6-2 score as we will run through the scoring that we've seen thus far in the game. Vadim Frolov made it 1-0, even strength goal in the first period, and then Jan Salak tied the game at 15-20 with an even strength goal, and then it was a run of 4 consecutive goals for the IceCats. The first one started with 29 seconds left to play in the first period. The last one was all the way to 11-17 in the second period, a power play goal from Nick Miguel-Diaz. And then Corey Cunningham put the Thunderbirds back on the board again at 13:06 of the second period, a power play goal assisted by Josh LaBelle and Gus Ford. After the Nick Miguel-Diaz goal went in on the power play 11-17, we saw a goaltending change. And so Chad Purdy has replaced Boris Babick in net. The Thunderbirds also challenged, the reason they were killing a penalty is head coach Steve Harrison challenged the goal scored by Dominic Marcinkiewicz, even strength goal at 10:44 that made it 4-1. It was an unsuccessful challenge, and so that put the Thunderbirds on the penalty kill. So it's 6-2 after 2. Shots on goal in the second period were 20-9 favoring the IceCats. 13-9 in the first period, 20-9 in the second period, and so as they've updated it in the break, it now shows to us live as 33-18. And so that's the shots on goal spread right now. And again, we'll see what the Culver's third period has in store for us here on the broadcast tonight. Out-of-town scoreboard report: Monroe leading Athens 3-2. Blue Ridge leading Watertown 4-1. Columbus with a 6-1 lead over Baton Rouge. Danbury with a 5-goal lead over Indiana. And a tie game, high-scoring game, 4-4 with Binghamton and Port Huron. All right, here we go. Ready for the Culver's third period. Two teams have returned. They switched ends of the facility. And so now all the way across the ice from the broadcast location to your left, if you're watching on YouTube and Facebook, is Purdy, the goaltender for the Thunderbirds. And right below my broadcast spot, it will be Rutherford back in between the pipes for Pee Dee for this final frame of regulation hockey on this Saturday night. Valentine's Day, 2026. All right, well, we already are off to a bit of a hiccup to start as they forgot to put the time back on the board here. And so now we see 20 minutes showing. And now we can play with a face-off win for the IceCats. And so that gets things going as it's played out towards the neutral zone. Pastuca launches it onside and a save made by Rutherford. Rutherford pushed it away. Now it's back to the near side. Still inside the blue paint, though. Tipped just wide of the net. A shot from Garcia and nearly the second goal of the night for Cunningham as he was on the doorstep in front of the goal trying to tip that one in. Now it's Frolov. Frolov, he'll look to make his way onside. He does. Drops a pass back. It's blocked by Purdy and not out of the zone. And eventually the Thunderbirds, they'll have some room here to make a play on it. And so it's lifted down the rink, far side corner. And look out here, maybe trouble in front. The Thunderbirds will get to it and look to move it down the rink. They will. Kramer goes out in front trying to find a play to Matt Garcia. Garcia got pushed down and stands back up. That was Xavier Abdella who ran into him. Found here by Connor Craig in the defensive territory. 65 seconds gone by in the Culver's third period. Twin City behind enemy lines this weekend. Down by 4. Here's a rush. Patrick Marcinkiewicz holding it, firing it. Wide of the goal it goes. See if Butita can catch up to it here at center. Butita trying to play it out in front. It's Ford to pick it up. Ford in front, looks to shoot, scores! And it's 6-3. Well, good job there from Gus Ford just to take his time, make his move, and in it went. And so Gus Ford lights the lamp here early on. 18:28 left to play in the Culver's third period. And Gus Ford on the board for the 22nd, team-leading 22nd time this season. That's goal number 184 in his FPHL career. All right, well, the Thunderbirds certainly needed to see something good early on here in this period to get us going, and they did. So Ford is on the board, and they will announce the goal now, and they do. John Butita, he's had some good assists here on the weekend. That was certainly one of them as he gets the primary assist on the scoring play. 18:15 left to go in this Culver's third period. We'll see if the Thunderbirds can locate it now in the offensive attacking territory. Out towards the center ice logo. That transition was blocked by Harwell. Went off the skates and it was fouled by Schnapp, and I think they'll call a hand pass, and they will. So a hand pass has been whistled, so 17:59 left now in our Culver's third period. Hungry fans, nothing beats a Culver's Butter Burger. Fresh, never frozen beef, seared to perfection and served on a lightly buttered toasted bun. Stop by Culver's at 2973 Fairlawn Drive in Winston-Salem today. Culver's, welcome to Delicious. And they had a false start on the face-off, so they'll look to try that again. Once again, no luck with this face-off. Now you hear the fans starting to let their thoughts be known. As we continue to stand around and wait for this face-off. Now they're having to hold the clock, I think, a second or two, which is causing more issues. And I can confirm the puck is on the ice now. We're playing. IceCats will have it with Della Savita. Fires out towards the red line, and it's found here by Corey Cunningham. He evaded a check at center, crosses over the line, and then it's played by Frolov. Frolov goes ahead, rips it over the goal line, looks to chase it down, back behind the net. They look to throw it in front, and it makes its way high in the zone. And they'll drop it down behind the line. Garcia got tangled up in front of the goal. Fans here wanted a call on that. Well, we'll continue. All right, Garcia catches up to it. Matt Garcia fires off the far side post. Looking for it here. They hit the outside of the post, and now he's chopped at by Frolov. They're having words, and Garcia swaps around. Goes back and forth with Frolov. Now Butita has it. Tried to feed a pass down to Kramer off the backhand, and they had a chance on a rolling puck, and it finds its way to the far side corner. Good chance there in the attacking territory. Now it's back behind the goal. Butita run into, watches Kramer fire a pass high in the zone, but it's picked off. It was grabbed by Frolov as it didn't make its way to Craig. Onside, the IceCats will look to work from there. And a drive and a glove save made by Purdy. Defensive zone face-off now for the Thunderbirds. And down it goes. Battle for it from there, but it's possessed by the IceCats high in the zone. It's Houston Wilson waiting, trying to feed a pass off the backhand, and it was blocked, and they had to reach for it in the slot. They found it and was able to chip it out for the Thunderbirds down the rink. Here's Schnapp back to Demke. In front it goes, and pinballs eventually back behind the goal as Keeley was chopping at it. Demke will try to grab at it here. Goes out to the red line, though, and then back the other way. Demke's open in front if they can find him. Now a check from behind from Abdella, and that'll be a penalty. And thankfully, Keeley is okay, as that was a hit from behind that can be dangerous. Keeley's all right. So Xavier Abdella with a penalty. And now all of a sudden, if you're the Thunderbirds, you found one here early in this period. If you can strike on the power play, then we're talking about a 2-goal hockey game with 14 minutes left. Let's see if they can do it. Gus Ford against Danny Zajac in the face-off circle. They'll wait. Down it goes. And once again, they didn't like the face-off. So they'll hold the clock here for a second. And now we're playing. Thunderbirds fighting for it with Salak down behind the goal line in the near side corner as they'll find it up top. Craig, long shot blocked in front of Rutherford. Down it goes, found by Salak, moves it around high in the zone. It's Salak now with it. He's got some room to work. Tries to find Butita, then it's still with Salak. 1-on-2 and nearly had it anyway. Butita chopped it towards the corner, blocked high in the zone of the clearing attempt. Still onside, nicely done here. Ford loads up, fires one, it's blocked. And it drops back down. And gloved at by Rutherford. He sensed some trouble and just needed to reach back, find the puck, and he did. Near side circle. Chance Adrian against Gus Ford. It's down. Good face-off victory for Gus Ford. Craig in front, and he fired one looking for a tip from Butita, but it just went wide. Still onside here on the power play with 1:18 left. Taken aside and moved by Adrian way down the rink, and Purdy watches it go back behind over the goal line, and they'll fire it in directly back behind him again as now the Thunderbirds look to break it out of the zone of the power play. Gus Ford circled around to avoid a check. Salak got taken down to the blue line. And we keep playing 5-on-4. He stepped onside and was 1-on-2 and got tangled up. Razilov's to it, off the glass it goes, and he clears it up to Patrick Marcinkiewicz, 1-on-1 with LaBelle, and now the zone fills up for the power play, going back looking to find the puck. 37 seconds left to go in this sequence. Found by Schnapp. Looking to bring it onside, but Miguel Diaz chips it down the rink. Wilson's open, short-handed, goes in front, shoots, glove save by Purdy. For 14:25 left to go in this Culver's third period. It's the media timeout. We will take it and be right back as the Thunderbirds try to score here on the power play. And now what we have, they were getting ready for the face-off. I don't think anyone really realized it. Now they'll break away. Didn't want to miss anything. Okay, we'll take the media timeout. Twin City Thunderbirds hockey. We'll be right back.
Flow Offer to Purchase makes it easy for you to generate an appraisal for a vehicle online in under 5 minutes. You can confidently use Flow Offer to Purchase to determine your vehicle's trade-in value or to get a real offer to sell it to us. Here at Flow, we've always had a transparent, interactive appraisal process that our customers love. We developed our Flow Offer to Purchase tool to offer you that same great experience online or through our Flow Garage app anytime, anywhere. Using Flow Offer to Purchase is simple. Either enter your license plate number or VIN, and the system will pull up basic information about your vehicle. Some vehicles have options or extras that need to be selected in order to pull an accurate value. Then just tell us about the current condition of a few things like your tires, dents and scratches, or mechanical issues. From there, a real offer on your vehicle, whether you buy from us or not, is just a click away. Just a heads up, our staff will check over your vehicle to ensure your Flow Offer to Purchase is accurate. Your satisfaction is our priority. Flow Automotive dealerships have processed tens of thousands of vehicles using Flow Offer to Purchase, which has resulted in buying many thousands of cars from customers. Try Flow Offer to Purchase for free today. You can access this tool by clicking Sell Trade on flowauto.com or your dealer site by starting the Sell Trade dialog in the center of the homepage.
$14:25 left to go here on the power play, or here in the period, as they have 19 left to go on the power play as we return from the media timeout. Offensive end face-off, but the Thunderbirds couldn't control it, so it's out to center. Brought back onside. Long shot save made by Purdy. He wanted to scoop it up and cover it after he spit out a little bit of a rebound, maybe a foot in front of him, but he just launched on it and got the whistle. So there's 9 seconds left to go on this penalty. And 14:12 left to play in the period. Chad Purdy in goal for the Thunderbirds. First professional game that he's seen ice time. He's been a backup 17 games this season. On his official debut that he'll get some scoring time for, and he's made some good saves here. He has allowed a goal, but this is a tough spot for him and really anyone. So he's given up a goal, but he's also made some really good saves in this matchup. You hear the call, the announcement, as we're back to 5-on-5 full strength, and so the Thunderbirds unsuccessful there on the power play. As we continue on here in the Culver's third period. Thunderbirds fans got a sweet tooth? Well, Culver's fresh frozen custard is made rich, creamy, and made in small batches all day, every day. Swing by Culver's at 2973 Fairlawn Drive in Winston-Salem and check out today's flavor. Culver's, welcome to delicious. Well, he disagreed there on where the face-off should be, so they're going to bring it out to the center ice logo, and we'll restart the game from there. 13:52 left to play in this Culver's third period. Kendall Grayson with you as always. We're live on YouTube, Facebook, and WTOB Radio as always. And we thank you for tuning in this evening. Out towards center ice, and the Thunderbirds will miss on this pass just out of the reach of Pastuca. Back on side for Pee Dee. Shot, deflection, up and out. And that, I think, may have cleared the netting. No, it does drop back down. It was high up in the netting, however. We've updated the shots for us. It's now 36-22 shots on goal. Twin City down by 3. The score is 6-3. Jan Salak, Corey Cunningham, and Gus Ford scored the goals tonight in front of the net, and a shot that went well wide, and they try to clean it up again. Thunderbirds get to it, and they try to move it out of the zone, but it's back behind the goal for Harwell. Out to center ice, Troy Harwell, a great guest on the Coach Harry show, by the way, earlier this week at Dave & Buster's on Tuesday. It'll be at Little Italy this coming Tuesday at 7 o'clock for the next episode of the Coach Harry show. Here's Schnapp onside, let it go back for Demke, and then Demke off the backhand trying to find a play to Razalon. Little Italy also hosted our Dinner with the Players event, and we thank them for being a great host for that. And that was earlier this week, back on Wednesday. This is an icing called against the IceCats, so the Thunderbirds will have an offensive zone face-off on the way here. Slychik against Ford. And Ford sees it go away from him. Della Savita played it, and out towards the red line. And Slychik tries to bring this one onside here. Giving away. Thunderbirds could have numbers on the rush. It's Roman Kramer trying to pass it across the zone and had it taken away from him. LaBelle got back to it, chopped it down in the corner. But there's room to work now for Levkov, and he'll attempt to play it from there. And so out towards the center ice red line, goes back the other way. We'll see if the Thunderbirds can find it and play it out towards center, but it's picked up and carried onside by Dominic Marcinkiewicz. Now Houston Wilson. Back behind the goal. And in front it goes. They bump it around. They couldn't get their shot to fall there. And so Purdy looks on as his teammates collect it. Gonsalak tried to step over the blue line and was intercepted by Houston Wilson. Wilson out towards the red line, found by Marcinkiewicz. Dominant to Patricks. Patricks, and a stick save made by Purdy. It's way up and out of play here. And so that cleared the glass, and got another stoppage now. Defensive zone face-off coming up. With 11:37 left to go here in the third period. Quite the tune they were playing there. Out towards center. We'll see if the Thunderbirds can play it ahead with Cunningham. Moved away from him, then down behind the line. Pastuca, he'll try to track it down. And from a turnover, they fired forward, but it was blocked. It's found by the IceCats. They'll bring it out in front of their own net here with Lord, and he will skate the puck over the center ice red line. Shooting it, blocked, free, and grabbed by Jacob Schnapp. So Schnapp had plenty of room to work with it. Healy run into as he crossed over the blue line. And we'll see if the Thunderbirds can find it. It's played, though, back behind the net from the IceCats. They have room. They try to stretch play from Miguel Diaz. Now crossing onside is Hanley. Cade Hanley shoots it. Save made. Rebound to Schnapp. He fires. Blocked in front of the net as Rutherford made a pair of saves. Now it's Dion Demke with it in the near side corner. And battle for Popoff will send it out to the red line. Jordan Popoff with a long pass with a clear attempt out there. It was taken aside. And Hartwell will fire here. Looked to get his own rebound after Rutherford made another save. Another chance goes in front. Miguel Diaz this time watches it go away and they'll go up the rink with it. Side of the near side circle, right along the hash marks, and then eventually back to center. So quick changes for the Thunderbirds. Again, they're down by 3 here on the road with us now crossing over the halfway mark. 10 minutes left to play in the Culver's third period. Far side corner, they'll battle forward from there, back behind the net. Hanley racing over, tries to find it, he's crunched. Hard hit to him, went down, stands back up. IceCats will move it around the zone. Top of the far side circle, they pump it up high, long shot, good save made by Purdy. Tracked that one well and knocked it down. So they'll play on from there. Back behind the net, still with the IceCats controlling, look out. Shot, save made again by Purdy. So the shots on goal volume now building as the IceCats have put more than 40 on the Thunderbirds here now in back-to-back games on the weekend. Della Savita kicked out again by Purdy. Made a pad save that time. That was shot number 41. Down behind the line, this will be Harwell. Harwell looks to move it out. Found here by Ford and flipped out towards the blue line. Goes out to the red line at center. And Butita still with some pressure. Way down the rink it goes. And the IceCats have to play it into the far side corner. Thunderbirds looking for their 16th win of the season. They got work to do, though, down by 3. Wilson crosses onside. Back behind the line it goes. LaBelle reaching for it, and then he pushes it aside to the far side corner. On out to center, though. Dominic Marcinkiewicz finds Wilson on the pass. Side of the net, in front, and eventually found by the Thunderbirds. Josh LaBelle really had it taken away from him as he goes back and forth, pushed along the bench with Salak as well. Now Salak's over the blue line, and Patrick Marcinkiewicz takes it aside. He's got it onside, couldn't fire it though, as Connor Craig got back defensively and provided some pressure. Still with Patrick Marcinkiewicz, and he's hit, and a penalty is going to be called here against Craig. Delayed penalty on the way. Miguel Diaz has it, goes way across the zone as we're playing 6-on-5. And it's possessed by Cunningham, and that should send us to the media timeout. Well, the Thunderbirds will go to the Bobo's Deli Grill penalty kill. When we return, they're down by 3 at 6-3. It's the media timeout. Twin City Thunderbirds hockey.
2 pillows, endless possibilities. At Cotton & Crate, we make it easy to refresh your home season after season. Our 18x18 and 12x20 pillow sizes pair perfectly with our seasonal collections of interchangeable covers, so you can refresh your style anytime without cluttering up your closet. We're proud to team up with the Twin City Thunderbirds, celebrating hometown spirit and the comfort of home on and off the ice. Thunderbirds fans, enjoy $5 off your order at cottonandcrate.com with the code TBIRDS 5 off. Cotton & Crate, 2 pillows, endless possibilities.
Maple Chase Golf and Country Club offers the best in recreational amenities in the Triad. Come enjoy a meal at the Pinebrook Bar and Grill, relax by our pool and cabana, and gear up at the Pro Shop while sharpening your skills on our 9,000 square foot putting green, and play around on our 18-hole Ellis Maples designed championship golf course. You can find out more at maplechasecc.com. That's maplechasecc.com.
.7:45 left to go in this Culver's third period. That's all that we have left now on this Saturday night. Thunderbirds trail by 3 goals, and they make the announcement for the roughing minor given to Craig. And so this puts the IceCats on the power play. Thunderbirds go to the Bobo's Deli Grill penalty kill. And they'll look to work and get it back here as Pee Dee steps on side with it. Far side of the building as around it goes on the power play. The IceCats working on home ice here with his 3-goal advantage at 6-3. In front of Purdy they go with it, and he makes a save there as they try to chip it from the far side post back towards the near side. Connor Craig roughing at 12:15, the time of the penalty. Miguel Diaz high in the zone, he goes to find Levkov. And they pass it around on the man advantage. 6:55 left on it. Twin City applying pressure high in the zone with Farmer. They couldn't move it out though. And here's a chance. It's blocked. And they'll look to clear it here. They'll have room. Jacob Schnapp able to move it down the rink nicely. So he sends it down on the Bobo's Deli and Grill penalty kill with 6.5 now left to go in our Culver's third period. We thank everyone for tuning in. We'll be right back here at 3:15 tomorrow. Pregame show on the broadcast will begin at 3. Stepping on side of the power play, Lord. He went down, and fans here wanted the call. Play on, though. Chance in front with the IceCats working the power plays. They zip to the far side post to drop it out in front here. They fire just wide of the net with a chance that they were trying to move that one up and over the goaltender Purdy and shoot towards the top right portion of the goal. They had a shot there, but it went wide, and then the Thunderbirds will find it, clear it with just 5 seconds left on the penalty to number 5. And it is a successful Bobo's Deli and Grill penalty kill. All right. So the Thunderbirds will look to get it back here, but it's pulled back into the zone by Razilov. And Timur Razilov will hold on to it. Thunderbirds goaltender Chad Purdy in his professional debut tonight as he replaced Boris Babic in goal after the 5th goal was scored. Out towards center. Thunderbirds look to chip it ahead there with Yuri Pastuka. Gathered up, though, by the IceCats. Abdella skates it back behind the net. And they'll miss the pass through center. Down it goes, and this is going to be called for an icing. So just over 5 minutes now to play, 5:09 to be exact. So we're due for one more media timeout at the under 5 break. Shots are 41-25. The score is 6-3. Gus Ford in the face-off circle. He'll try to win this battle, but it goes back in behind the goal line, found by Bedard. And Charlie Bedard lifts it down the rink, goes over the blue line with it, and they'll make the changes that they needed. So Twin City locates it with Josh LaBelle. LaBelle will skate it from the defensive zone. He swings a pass out to the red line. To Butita at center. Now to Ford. Quick shot. Save made by Rutherford. And he makes a save on Gus Ford, and that will send us to our final media timeout of the third period. 4 minutes and 46 seconds left. We will step aside for the last media timeout. This is Twin City Thunderbirds hockey.
Looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate around Winston-Salem and the Triad? Meet Jennifer Sapp, your trusted local realtor. With nearly 30 years of deep experience, Jennifer specializes in everything from historic homes and remodels to investment properties, college town housing, and short sales. She's known for honesty, integrity, and making the process as stress-free as possible. Ready to make your move? Call 336-782-3148 or visit jensapprealty.com today.
Did you know that not changing your engine oil can result in engine failure? Regular oil changes can extend the life of your engine and reduce the risk of engine failure. Schedule your next oil change on the Flow Garage app. The more you know with Flow.
Left to go in the Culver's third period. Welcome back to the media timeout. Offense's own face-off. LaBelle fires one as the linesman slipped and fell. And off a deflection. Twin City still in search of it. Now it's out to center and then pulled back into the defensive end by Connor Craig. Pee Dee looking to win a game for the 15th time this season. Thunderbirds holding to a record of 15-18-1. Out towards the neutral zone. He goes through the neutral zone. Found here by the captain, John Butita, as he crosses over the blue line. Roman Kramer jumps in, applies a check. Gus Ford looking for it. That's the forward line that's out there now. Zach White out this weekend due to an injury, and so we got a delayed call here, and this is going to go against the Thunderbirds, but the lines have been shaken up a bit. And Gus Ford is arguing his case, but he will skate over to the box. We saw him ejected last night with an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. At least that's what they called originally, was going to be a game misconduct. They then changed it to a regular 10. So we did see him play in the third period after it looked like he was going to be gone, but they again updated that. So there's been a lot of frustration here so far this weekend, and there's still some time in this game, over 4 minutes, but it's going to put the Thunderbirds back to the Bobo's Deli and Grill penalty kill. They announce the penalty to Gus Ford, slashing the 2-minute call. Thunderbirds begin the penalty kill by trapping it here beneath the goal line. They battle for it and trying to get it back. It's in behind the net, and it's found by the Thunderbirds. Out it goes as Cade Hanley gets the clear that time. Rutherford will wait as his teammates regroup, and they look to move right to left here on the power play in this third period. Razilov skates over the red line. Looks to go ahead with it. Fires the far side corner. Wilson, he's run into. Found by Schnapp, and then he left the puck back behind him. Still battling for it. Found by Troy Harwell. And then behind the net, back and forth, and it's eventually to the IceCats and Patrick's Marcinkiewicz. Now Timur Razilov. Dominic's Marcinkiewicz this time. Back to him after he let it go and got it right back towards the top of the near side circle. Gave a pass to Razilov. Razilov sets up. We'll see if the Thunderbirds can get possession here. But it's still being moved around the zone of the power play by Pee Dee. Wilson, and he nearly had it taken away. Thunderbirds jump in with Harwell. We'll see if they can steal it here. It's moved out in front, and Keeley eventually able to move it out to center. It was blocked along the blue line, just a couple feet over it, but gets the job done as it's moved out to the neutral zone. 40 seconds remaining on the penalty kill. Lord's onside, shoot, save made by Purdy. So this is covered up here by Chad Purdy. Purdy had an 8-9-1 record, a .903 save percentage in his final year of ACHA college hockey with McKendree University last season. Had a .912 save percentage the year before that. Played his first ACHA game back in the 21-22 season. And now making his debut officially as he steps on the ice for the first time and gets some goaltending time here tonight. Could see him tomorrow. Back behind the net. As we're back here on this power play. It's chipped at, but not out of the zone as the Thunderbirds look to clear it out. Still onside here. Top of the near side circle. Thunderbirds have 15 left to go in the Bobos. Deli and Grill penalty kill. They pressure high in the zone. Della Savita gave the pass. Purdy slides post to post. They move it to the far side circle. Here's the tap of the stick from Rutherford. McGill Diaz, slap shot goes wide of the net, and out of the box is Ford. And so it's a successful Bobo's Deli and Grill penalty kill for the Thunderbirds here in the third period. Quickly driven wide of the goal. That one went up and out. And Purdy looked back behind him as he realized that one was past him. And now the team's making changes. We've got 2 minutes left to go here in this third period. Playing again, out to center. Thunderbirds holding on to it. Here's Ford as he got onside and fired one off the mask of Rutherford. Rutherford able to deal with it inside the line. LaBelle, he had to pull it back out to center though. And so as he does that, it's collected and moved onside. Long shot in on Purdy. He has it. 1 minute, 43 seconds left to play in our Culver's third period here on this Saturday night. The Thunderbirds now looking to avoid 3 losses in a row potentially after entering the weekend on a 3-game winning streak. They'll try to bounce back tomorrow. Still some time left. I know crazy things can happen, but down by 3 here in the final 2 minutes. From the face-off, Adrian got pushed over. Long shot, fluttering towards the goal. It made its way to Purdy, and he made a chest save. So it goes down, and the Thunderbirds look to track it down. Out towards center ice. John Butita steps over the blue line, taken aside, and it's Adrian. Adrian moves it across the zone. It's found by LaBelle. We have 1 minute, 20 seconds left to play in the Culver's third period. Across it goes, grabbed by Keeley. And this is whistled down for an offsides infraction. So Twin City will drop to 15-19-1. Pee Dee is going to improve here to 15-18-3. The IceCats will increase their advantage on the Thunderbirds for 4th place in the Continental Division standings. Twin City does have a game in hand on the IceCats, and so if they can bounce back tomorrow, win the game, they would then be down, winning regulation. They'd be down by 2 points in the standings with a game in hand, and so that's what they'll have to look for tomorrow and try to bounce back and win it for the final game of the weekend. It'll be interesting to see who the goaltender will be. Boris Babic has played the last 2 months in a row, and certainly not all the goals his problem tonight. But Purdy has looked fine since playing. In fact, he's looked more than fine. He's been good. And so we'll see who who they go with tomorrow. 1 minute. There's the call. We've got 1 minute left to go. Thunderbirds again move it down the ice. And over the icing line. This time no icing though. Back behind the net. Miguel Diaz off of Wilson. Out to center. Handled by Hanley. And then played forward. 40 seconds left to go. Picked up here in the defensive end by Jordan Popoff. And the fans who were given rally towels tonight, they stand and wave those and give their hometown IceCats an ovation here. Dominic Marcinkiewicz with a drive that was dealt with and turned away, and then Keeley went down in the corner right by that Zamboni door entrance that gave us some problems earlier tonight. Ice is likely pretty soft over there. Move down the rink, and it's over the icing line. Demke turns around as the Thunderbirds thought they had won the race to it. Of course, with the hybrid no-touch icing era that we're in, we don't have to skate down and physically touch it anymore. I think that's been a really good change, by the way, all across hockey for safety reasons, and sometimes it's tough to tell, but, you know, again, they're making a judgment. Most of the time they get it right there. Face-off, perhaps the final one of the game. It goes to Hanley. Hanley flips it out to center, and that's it tonight. IceCats win this one, the final 6-3. So the Thunderbirds fall to 15-19-1. The IceCats improve to 15-18-3. Twin City got goals tonight. 2 last night from Roman Kramer on the weekend. And then here tonight, Jan Salak with a goal, Corey Cunningham with a goal, and Gus Ford with a scoring play as well. Jan Salak, his 13th goal of the season. Corey Cunningham scoring for the 7th time this year, and the team-leading 22nd goal of the year for Gus Ford. We saw 2 goaltenders tonight for the Thunderbirds. Boris Babic was lifted and replaced after the 5th goal of the game was scored, and so the online scoring system still showing Babic playing the whole night, so I was going to give you the quick stats there for Purdy, but we'll have to get that fixed after the game. The IceCats celebrate here on the logo at center ice, and they have taken 2 of a possible 3 here on the weekend. Thunderbirds will look to bounce back tomorrow and find 3 points with a regulation win and try to mitigate some of the damage that's been done here to start the weekend with these back-to-back losses on Friday and Saturday. The IceCats now with a Carolina Hurricanes-inspired Storm Surge celebration on the logo at center ice. And again, that's it for tonight's game. So we will take one last break here on the broadcast. We will step aside for a break that is typical of a media timeout. So it'll be a short one. And then we'll come back and try to make sense of this game here tonight and talk about what the Thunderbirds will need to do tomorrow to find a win on Sunday afternoon. It'll be a 3:15 start time tomorrow, but we'll talk about it coming up in the break. The final tonight, 6-3. We'll be back for the postgame show. This is Twin City Thunderbirds hockey.
Flo Cadillac is a proud sponsor of the Thunderbirds. Visit 1400 South Stratford Road for a free test drive. Or go online to flowcadillac.com to schedule a sales or service appointment.
All right, welcome back inside the Florence Center for the post-game show tonight. As the Thunderbirds drop this game, the final score is 6-3. Again, we will be right back here tomorrow. Same place, different time, same opponent. It'll be a 3:15 start to the game, and we'll have the pregame show for you beginning at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Thunderbirds on the road next weekend with back-to-back games against Monroe, and then finally, seems like it's been 3 months. Hasn't been that long, but it's been a while since we played a home game. We'll get to do that at the end of this month on the 27th and 28th. 7:05 the start time on Friday the 27th against Watertown. 7:35 the start time against Watertown the next night on February the 28th. And so this is the second game, the middle game of this 3-game weekend. The Thunderbirds fall tonight. The final score is 6-3. And so it's a 3-goal loss last night at 5-2, another one here tonight. And we'll go through the scoring for you. And this game took a while, so thanks for staying with us. We had a big fight there at center ice. We also had several goals scored in the game and plenty of penalties, but we also had a lengthy delay to start the second period as they announced poor ice conditions, and not quite sure what the exact repairs were that they were trying to make, but that made a very long second period. And so it's a goal from Vadim Frolov, even strength scoring play at 8:32 of the first period to give Pee Dee a 1-goal lead. Jan Salak answered back with an even strength scoring play at 15:20. Yuri Pastuka and James Farmer got the assist on the scoring play. So it's 1-1 at that point in the final 5 minutes of the first period. But the IceCats got a go-ahead scoring play from Houston Wilson with Dominic Marcinkiewicz and Patrick Marcinkiewicz each assisting on the goal. That was at 19:31 of the first period. And so that sent us to a 2-1 score, which, by the way, if you're watching online, they have ended the camera feed. And so we'll bring that up for you there for this post-game show after they turn the camera off. But we continue on here. It's a 2-1 lead for Pee Dee after the first period. They outshot the Thunderbirds at 13-9 in the first. And then the goal from Wilson started a 4-goal spree with Wilson scoring, and then they got 4 in a row. But Patrick Marcinkiewicz from Dominic Marcinkiewicz and Houston Wilson was the next goal to make it 3-1 at 4:39. And then there was a very controversial scoring play with Dominic Marcinkiewicz from Timur Razilov at 10:44 of the second period. And that's really, I think, the turning point in tonight's game now that we've got the full picture and we're able to look back on it. That goal at 10:44, where Boris Babic certainly felt that he was interfered with, and you could tell by his reaction, you can tell by the reaction of the bench, the players on the ice. The Thunderbirds certainly thought that they had a case there. And I'll say, too, when I saw that live, it looked like interference to me. And again, as I said, at the time, I fall back on the players, the coaches. There's a lot of things that can tell you what's going on out there without us, knowing for sure. And the Thunderbirds really thought that they were robbed there. And so Coach Harrison challenged it and was, obviously very confident they would then go win that challenge. And he gets an explanation from the officials. I obviously don't have that up here, but then, they obviously gave him a ruling, and he was not thrilled with it, to say the least. Was very frustrated. And so that, I think, really just set off a chain of events where, you give up a goal to go down 3 towards the halfway point that you think, shouldn't have counted. And then because of that, you have to pay the price, and the penalty for doing that for an incorrect challenge is then you are put on the penalty kill. And it didn't take long, and Nick McGill-Diaz made it 5-1, scored on the power play. Alex Levkov and Danny Zajac assisted. So you've got a 5-1 game at that point with that power play goal. And that was the point in time that they made the goaltending change. So Chad Purdy enters the game. Boris Babic comes out of the game. And the Thunderbirds scored on the power play after that. So they fall down 5-1, but they get a power play goal from Corey Cunningham, from Josh LaBelle and Gus Ford. That made it 5-2. So it's a 3-goal game with less than 7 to play in the second period. However, there was one final goal in the second period, and it put the IceCats ahead by 4. Alexander Levkov from Dominic Telesavita and the goaltender, Parker Rutherford, with a secondary helper on the goal. So that is at 17-23, and the Thunderbirds are down 6-2 going into the third period. Shots on goal in the first, 13-9. Shots on goal in the second were 20-9. The only scoring play of the third period was early on, 1:28, the time of the goal from Gus Ford. John Butita assisted on that play, and that made it 6-3. That's what the final score ended up being, was 6-3. But, you know, at the time, Thunderbirds are on the board there early in the third. They're down by 3. They had a power play opportunity to claw their way further back into it, but just could not do that tonight. Shots in the third period were 13-9. Overall, it was 46-27. Lots of penalties tonight, really too much to speak about, but I think the fans certainly appreciated Caleb Melanson's return to the lineup, and I know he appreciates the fans, has a great time anytime he puts on the sweater, and he was involved in the first period of the fight at 12:33 with Divine Apollon. Apollon served a 1-game suspension last night, didn't play. Melanson was technically signed yesterday, but the plan was not going to be to play him yesterday, so he did arrive yesterday, but they put him in the lineup tonight, and they had their moment there at center ice back in the first period, and so that's it for the recap of tonight's game. Because of the delays, we've had some games now go final, and we'll tell you about those as we always do before we go off the air here in the postgame show. Monroe is leading Athens in that battle of the top 2 teams in the division, 3-2. Blue Ridge has a 7-2 lead on home ice against Watertown. Columbus defeated Baton Rouge earlier today. The final was 6-1. Danbury with a 7-0 win on home ice over the Indiana Sentinels. And in overtime, and what turned out to be a high-scoring and a wild game, the Binghamton Black Bears, they pick up a 6-5 road win against Port Huron. And so that's what it looked like on the out-of-town scoreboard report for tonight. We can jump ahead and have a look at the schedule for tomorrow and through the week. And so not many games here to tell you about. We've got our game at 3:15. There's also going to be another game in the league tomorrow. That is going to be at 4:05, Monroe playing host to Topeka. Then there's a Wednesday game between Athens and Columbus, and a Thursday game where Topeka is playing host to Port Huron. We hope to see you again at the Winston-Salem Fairgrounds Arena. That is going to be the next home games on the 27th and 28th. The Watertown Wolves, the opponent for those games. And so again, we hope to see you then. And you can read the recap tonight, the preview tomorrow, and find everything about the Thunderbirds at TwinCityThunderbirds.com. We thank you again, everyone, for tuning in tonight. I know this was a long broadcast with everything that we had going on with the delays and the goals and the penalties and the fights and all of it. So thanks for tuning in. Thanks for spending your Valentine's Day 2026 with the Thunderbirds. And we'll talk again tomorrow. It'll be a 3:15 puck drop, and so that means a 3 o'clock pregame show. If you're on the video side of things, though, we'll start the feed early as we always do. You can jump in early and watch the warm-up and everything like that, but the official pregame show will begin at 3. Thanks for tuning in tonight. A disappointing result for the Thunderbirds, but we'll see if they can bounce back and find a win here tomorrow. Until tomorrow afternoon at 3:15, good night from the Florence Center here in Florence, South Carolina. The Thunderbirds dropped this game to the Pee Dee IceCats, and the final score tonight was 6-3.